Yes, myself. Sure.
Alternate seating arrangement. You all can be seated. I'm confused as to why Ms. Jolly is here.
The young girl was on the jury.
Sorry. She wasn't selected.
I thought the young
Okay.
girl was on the jury. The young black girl.
She was 12.
12.
They struck 12.
Okay.
Yeah, they picked 13.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We were ready to go at 9, meaning we were all here, but we had a few things we needed to work through before we could bring you over from 8H. But we are about ready to start. I'm actually going to take attendance if that's okay, because we didn't get to see each other after you all were selected. Emails went out to everyone, but I want to double check that we've got the right folks. I was a little thrown because number 21 was here. And I'm not sure why, so I'll make sure we've got the right people after all this. Mr. David? Yes. Good morning. Mr. Long? There he is. You're not Mr. Long. Mr. Long, thank you. That's okay. Mr. Gray? Yes. Guys, did not throw me off, just when you're ready. Ms. Jackson? Good morning. Ms. Jory? Mr. Torbert? Mr. Sellers? Mr. Lord? Mr. Yanni? Ms. Boland? We tried calling you. You got the message eventually? I guess you got the email? Okay, good. Mr. Nguyen? Ms. Agnew? And Mr. Wong. Great. Anyone whose name I didn't call? Uh-oh, you are? Do you remember your number? Oh, yeah, you're right here. I don't know why I didn't call your name. Great. I'm glad you're here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, before we can start the trial, I need to give you a second oath. Yesterday, you took the voir dire oath where you promised to answer the questions truthfully. You're now going to take an oath as a juror because you've been selected to be one. If you would all please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try the issue formed upon the bill of indictment in this case between the state of Georgia and Tyree Blige and Xavier Head, who are charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and a firearms offense, with Mr. Blige having an additional charge of tampering with evidence, and a true verdict give according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm. Yes. Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. You're now officially jurors, no turning back. You all are out in the gallery. That's the way we keep you socially distanced. The seats you have are the ones you selected for today. And I'd ask that when we take a break and you come back, you return to that same seat. But tomorrow, sit somewhere different. It'll need to be in the gallery there. But you don't need to keep that same spot, and you literally and physically get a slightly different perspective on things if you sit in a different spot in the courtroom. Now, if you have a hearing issue and need to be more towards the front, keep sitting up front. If you find that things are hard to hear, we can also eventually put a few folks in the jury box. That's traditionally where you would sit, but you're not socially distanced if you're in the jury box. We have had a few trials where the jury during a break decided unanimously that they'd rather be in the jury box than out in the gallery. And if all 14 of you say that, you can be in the jury box, but that's a decision for you to make collectively and not one that I will impose on you. We've had many trials now where the jurors are out in the gallery, and that's the way the evidence will be directed. When the lawyers address you, they'll be looking at you, not at me. And that big monitor there will angle a little more towards you once we get started, and you'll be able to see the witness's face large on that monitor. From now on, you will be entering and leaving the courtroom as a group. Today, your home away from home is that courtroom across the skywalk. We kind of play musical jury space because there are a bunch of trials going on. There's a nice jury room right through the door to my left, but it's really not big enough for 14 of you to take a break and have enough space. We may, as the week progresses, end up using 2 jury rooms for your breaks. There's also one through that door that says shelter location, or it's got like a tornado on it. And so we might divide you 7 and 7 for when you're taking a break. Ultimately, when you deliberate, you all need to be in the same room, and we'll get a courtroom for you. It'll either be this courtroom or one nearby for your deliberations. You really should interact only with each other and the deputies and maybe folks on my staff. So if you are moving about the courthouse, you're going back to your break room, or you're just coming into the courtroom and you come across one of the attorneys, don't be put off if they don't make eye contact and sort of scurry away like you've got the plague. You don't have the plague. They're not supposed to interact with you outside of the courtroom. Anything any of these lawyers says to you should be in front of the other lawyers and in front of me, just in case there's an objection or a concern. Of course, it's not on the record if the lawyers are talking to you outside the courtroom. So don't hold it. These are nice folks, these lawyers. They're just not supposed to even say hi to you outside this courtroom because that would be improper contact. We are going to do our best to run the trial from 9 to 5-ish each day. I say 5-ish because at around 4:45 or so, I'll ask whatever lawyer is examining a witness, how much time do you need to wrap up or to get to a good break point? If the answer is 20 minutes, we'll probably go to 5:05. If the answer is, Judge, I'll be at a good break point in 5 minutes, then we'll probably end a little before 5. But we will not push to 6 or 7 or 8 or anything like that unless you all say, you know, we're trying to end by this date, and so we're okay going a little bit later. Your commitment is 9 to 5. One exception to that. On Wednesday, so tomorrow, we're not starting until 1 o'clock. And the lawyers knew that when they gave me the estimate that they think they'll get this case to you sometime on Friday. I've got a different court that I run that will end a little before 1 on Wednesday. So there'll be no lunch break on Wednesday. Have your lunch before you get here. But expect to be wherever we're having you meet by 1 o'clock on Wednesday. We might run a little bit later on Wednesday because we're starting at 1. But then Thursday will be like today. You were all on time, which was phenomenal. If you could all be here by 9 on Thursday, we'll be up and running. We will take regular breaks. Typically, we take a break kind of mid-morning, hour for lunch, and then a mid-afternoon break. If you need more breaks than that, you need to let us know. At any time, if you are done being able to focus because you need to use the restroom or I need a mask break or whatever it is, let one of the deputies know, raise your hand, do something like that. We will stop. It is essential that you be dialed into what's going on. And so if it's time just to stretch a little bit, we can do the hokey pokey. We'll do that and we'll get back to the trial. But if you guys aren't letting me know, then I'm going to assume a morning break of about 15 minutes, that hour for lunch, and then an afternoon break will be enough. If you need more, you can have more because we need you focused on what's going on. You all should now, because of the email you got, have the phone number for my chambers. That's the number you should call if you're having trouble getting here in the morning or the afternoon tomorrow, or something comes up and you need to reach out to me or my staff. Call that number. We've got numbers for you, and we'll reach out to you if something comes up and we need to let you know what's going on outside the time that you are here in court. I'm now going to give you some preliminary instructions. It's a little bit of the law that you must apply to this case, and a little bit about what to expect from a criminal trial. Some of you may have seen television versions or movie versions of criminal trials, and those are made for general consumption and not necessarily based on reality. I'm going to give you a better sense of what to expect as we work through this case. First thing I want to tell you is that note-taking is okay. You all have a bag that has in it a notepad, a pencil, and I don't know what else they put in there, but it's sort of the basic supplies you can use if you want to. You are not required to take notes. That's not an obligation of a juror, but you're free to take notes. If you'd rather use a pen, use a pen. We can only afford pencils for our jurors, so we've given you pencils. So feel free to take notes. It's not required. Know this about a trial: you will not get a transcript of what the witnesses say. So if you're thinking, you know what, when we get to deliberations, I'll just look at that transcript of what the guy said about the situation. That will not happen. If you ask for a transcript during your deliberations, I'll have to write you a nice note saying you can't have a transcript. You have to rely on your recollection of what the witnesses said, which is why some folks like taking notes and why you're authorized to do that. But please don't let your note taking become all consuming. When I was a college student, it was like this. And sometimes I would miss, the professor would have up on the screen, your test is tomorrow. And I would notice that I'm just writing down what the professor says. So don't lose sight of what's going on in the courtroom. In a minute, I'm going to talk to you about your role in determining credibility. But one way people determine credibility is to look at the person who's talking. And if you're so busy taking notes that you miss the sweat pouring down the witness's face, that sweat may inform your opinion about the credibility of that witness. So again, take notes if you want to. Those notes need to remain private until you deliberate. So if you're drawing a funny picture of the judge, don't share that with everyone until deliberations. Once you're deliberating, you can share your notes with each other. We will shred the notes when they're done. You don't have to worry about them appearing on the Drudge Report or anything like that. They are private until you deliberate, and then they're destroyed. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendants in this case are charged in this indictment with various crimes. That is an alleged violation of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now the indictment. Count 1 alleges that Tyree Blige and Xavier Head committed the offense of murder, in that the accused in Fulton County on the 12th of July, 2019, did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Solomon Smith, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 2 alleges that here in Fulton County, Tyree Blige and Xavier Head committed the offense of felony murder. The allegation is that those two here in Fulton on July 12th, 2019, did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, cause the death of Solomon Smith, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 3 charges Mr. Blige and Mr. Head with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And the allegation is that on the 12th of July, 2019, Tyree Blige and Xavier Head did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Solomon Smith by shooting him with a firearm, the same being a deadly weapon. Count 4 charges Tyree Blige and Xavier Head with possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. And the allegation is that, again, on July 12th, 2019, here in Fulton County, Tyree Blige and Xavier Head did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of the accused person a firearm during the commission of at least one of the following felonies against and involving the person of another: murder, felony murder, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And count 5 is an allegation brought only against Mr. Blige and not against Mr. Head. And the allegation as to Mr. Blige is tampering with evidence. And specifically, the indictment alleges that on July 12th, 2019, here in Fulton County, with the intent to prevent the apprehension and obstruct the prosecution of Tyree Blige did knowingly conceal and disguise physical evidence by picking up spent shell casings from the scene of the shooting. And these acts involved the prosecution of a felony involving another person and the prosecution of at least one of the serious violent felonies defined in OCGA section 1710, 6.1a, specifically murder and felony murder. Ladies and gentlemen, these charges are not evidence of the guilt of either defendant, and you should not consider them as evidence of guilt or an implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. The two defendants sit before you with a presumption of innocence in their favor, and that presumption stays with both of them unless and until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that either defendant is guilty of one or more of the offenses charged. And a defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime that's charged is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. At the end of the trial, I'll talk to you about what the elements of murder and felony murder, et cetera, are. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. It never shifts to the defendant. However, the state is not required to prove either defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The state's burden is simply to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt means just what it says. It's a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. Instead, it's a doubt for which a reason can be given, a reason that arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. The defendants, who are presumed innocent, bear no burden of proof whatsoever. If, after giving careful consideration to all the evidence that you receive in this case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that would be a doubt of the law, and you would be obligated to acquit the defendants. But if you find that no reasonable doubt exists in your mind about the defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict one or both of the defendants. The basic structure of a trial is as follows. First, both sides will be given an opportunity to present an opening statement. It's not required, but everyone typically does. An opening statement is a preview of what the lawyers think the evidence will be, sort of like a forecast. But what the lawyers say in their opening and what the lawyers say any other point in the trial is not evidence. After opening statements, the state will begin its presentation and the evidence will begin. The state will call its first witness. That witness will come up here and will be sworn in. And eventually that witness will answer a question and you will have received the first bit of evidence in this case. Witness testimony is evidence. The lawyer's questions are not evidence. There also will likely be exhibits admitted during the trial, a picture or a diagram or a document. Exhibits that are admitted are the other form of evidence that you'll be receiving. So witness testimony and exhibits, that's your universe of evidence. At some point, I'll ask Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao to call the next witness, and one of those lawyers will say, "Judge, the state rests." That means the state has presented its case. We'll probably take a break then because I'll need to take some matters up with the lawyers for both sides. But at that point, should either defendant want to present any evidence, both will be given the very same opportunity to call witnesses and introduce exhibits if they want to do that. There is no obligation on either Mr. Blige or Mr. Head to present any evidence at all. It may well be that once the state rests, you hear that Mr. Blige is resting and that Mr. Head is resting. They don't have a burden. They don't have to do anything, but they have the opportunity to do so. So we may hear from some witnesses that the defense calls. At some point, Ms. Fagan will say, Mr. Blige rests, and Mr. King will say, Mr. Head rests. If there's no rebuttal from the state, the evidence will be closed. And the only things that remain are closing arguments from the lawyers, where they'll get back up in front of you and attempt to persuade you to decide the case in that side's favor. It's argument. They will be telling you, this is what the evidence showed. Here's what the law the judge is going to give you is. Here's the evidence. Here's how they fit together. Case proved. Case not proved. And lawyers are free to try to persuade you. But keep in mind what I said. What the lawyers tell you is not evidence. If the lawyers pound on the table saying that the evidence was that the light was green when this happened, and you have a pretty darn clear recollection that the light was red, you decide what the evidence is. It's fine to be persuaded by the lawyers, but you are the fact finders, not the attorneys. When the attorneys have completed their closing arguments, I will give you a much more detailed version of the law that you must apply to the facts as you find them to be. During trial, as you have no doubt seen on TV, lawyers have the opportunity and the right to object to the admission of evidence that they think ought not to be admitted. So a lawyer may start to ask a question of a witness, and a lawyer for the other side will say, objection, hearsay, whatever the objection is. And sometimes the lawyers just say objection. I'm saying, well, what is your objection? But either way, an objection is articulated. I have to rule on those objections. I sustain it, ask a different question. I overrule it, we go forward with that question. You should only consider the testimony that is admitted. Every once in a while, an objection comes after a witness has started to answer. The question was fine, but the witness veers to the right or the left, and then a lawyer objects saying, well, now that's hearsay. The question was okay, but that's hearsay. There may come times when I direct you to disregard testimony. It's not often, but if I do tell you to disregard testimony, I mean it. If you wrote it down, cross it out. And if during your deliberations, you notice that one of your group is saying, hey, remember when that guy said that the shooter was wearing a blue shirt? If I told you to disregard that, you need to police that and say, hey, you know what? That was testimony we weren't supposed to use as we work through this. I don't want you to worry that you're going to be asked to unremember critical portions of the trial. That's not how it plays out. But every once in a while, someone starts to answer a question and we have to rewind that, and you need to disregard what was said. The lawyers, along with making objections, have the right to make a motion. And the difference between an objection and a motion, as far as you're concerned, is a motion probably means we have to take a break and you need to go somewhere else because it's much more involved, and the lawyers may need to share some things with me that you ought not to hear until I rule on the motion. Typically, we take those up before you come in the morning, during your lunch break, and after you leave at the end of the day. But every once in a while, something comes up that is a hot button issue, and we need to deal with it then and there. We'll try to minimize those interruptions, but you may get a bonus break if something like that comes up. Now, as I mentioned, I need to rule on the objections and the motions and other things that are going on in court. It is important that you keep in mind that nothing I say is meant to be a comment on the evidence, on the strength of one side's presentation or the other, and certainly not a comment on the guilt or innocence of the accused. My objective in this case is to see that it is fairly tried, consistent with the rules of evidence and the laws of Georgia. If I rule in favor of one side, it simply means that was the better argument on that very, very narrow legal issue. Yep, that's hearsay. Sustained. It's not hearsay. Overruled. That's it. My words only relate to those rulings. You all have an important role as well. You are, as I mentioned, the fact finders in this case. You will decide what happened on July 12th, 2019 at the Buckhead Loft. And you'll apply the law that I give you to the facts that you find. In doing this, you will necessarily be determining the credibility or believability of the witnesses who appear before you. And in determining credibility, you are free to consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witness testifies, the witness's apparent intelligence, interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. We sometimes call that bias, and the means and opportunity that the witness had for knowing the facts to which she testified. Now, in fulfilling your role as fact finders, you all from time to time may have questions that were not answered during the lawyer's examination of the witness. You will be permitted to submit written questions at the conclusion of every witness's testimony. So if you don't have them yet, we'll make sure you all get some 3x5 note cards. And if a question comes to your mind during the lawyer's examination, you should feel free to jot it down. When the witness is done testifying, you'll be given a little additional time to either cross something out because the lawyer's covered it, write something else down. The deputies will collect your written questions. I will review them with the lawyers, and the non-objectionable questions I will pose to the witnesses. When those are done, the lawyers will have a chance to follow up. An important thing about this process, should you choose to participate, is that you should draw no conclusions or inferences from the fact that your question was not asked. That simply means that that was not a proper question. In the same way that lawyers could ask a question that elicits an objection that's sustained, your question might be one that elicited an objection from me or from the lawyers. And if it's a valid objection, I cannot and should not ask that question. And of course, questions are not evidence. What the lawyers say, what you want to ask, that's never evidence. It's only the answers that are given. Now, as I mentioned, it's very important that you pay close attention to what's going on in court. If at any point you cannot see or hear what's happening, or you otherwise need a break, you need to let a deputy or me know right away so we can pause and address your concern. It's also important that you view this evidence with an open mind and do your best to reach no final conclusions until the trial is over. That's when your deliberations begin. You must decide this case solely on the evidence that's presented here in court. This means that you may not conduct any independent outside research. Do not go online to look something up. That's why I let you ask these questions. If you are confused by something that was said, you want more information, you write it down. And if it's appropriate to get that additional information, you will get it. It will be a mistrial. We will have to try this case all over again. And you in particular, who did the outside research, will be in contempt of court if it comes to light that juror X went home and Googled Buckhead Loft. Don't do that. If it is important to see what Buckhead Loft looked like, these lawyers are going to get you pictures of it. You should not do that on your own. Please. Exclamation point. This is going to seem counterintuitive a little bit, but until you begin your deliberations, in other words, all the evidence has been presented, you've heard closing arguments, and I've given you the law, you should not start deliberating. So when you get your first break today or your second break tomorrow, you might want, hey, what'd you think about that witness? The case isn't adding up, or this is a strong case. You can think that. Please do not express it to anyone in your group because you haven't heard everything yet. In particular, you haven't heard the law. How do you know what felony murder is and if the state has proven it or failed to prove it? You don't know what those elements are. So when you are together as a group, waiting to come back in here, having lunch, whatever you're doing, talk about anything you want other than this case. It's not appropriate to talk about the case until your deliberations begin. At that point, you will be given as much time as you need to talk about the case. Kick around your ideas and your concerns and your thoughts and your disagreements and your agreements. A corollary of this is that it's important when you go home at the end of the day not to engage your significant others, your friends, your enemies, your family, your Twitter feed with the fact that you're a juror in this case, because well-meaning folks will say, well, let me tell you what that meant. You were frustrated about that witness. I was in a trial once, and when a lawyer says this is what it means. That person may be right. Person's probably not right. Person has no idea what happened here, and that's outside information that you're getting, not about this case. So you need to be as circumspect as you can. Honey, how'd your day go? It was long. Trial's interesting. But you need to keep it at that. I would encourage you not even to tell folks it's a criminal trial. I was on a criminal trial once, and here's what happened. When you're done with your service, you can write a book, you can write a song, you can post anything you want, anywhere you want. But during the trial, you need to avoid getting feedback from outside sources. I don't think there's going to be media coverage of this case, but if you're driving home and you're listening to the radio and the reporter says, and now State versus Blige and Head, change the station, because those reporters who aren't in here, they are going to be giving you their perspective of the case. And what matters is your perspective and not an outsider's perspective. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I have given you my preliminary instructions. We are going to now turn to Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao to see if they want to give an opening statement. And if it involves a PowerPoint, I'd ask the person not given the PowerPoint to start angling that big screen so that it is angled more towards the jurors. It's slightly away, and that's one way they will see what's happening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, just don't pull the cables out of the wall. Works less well.
Members of the jury, when Solomon Smith stood up, these two defendants got their pistols and put Solomon Smith down. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence is going to show. That occurred on July 12th of 2019 at the Buckhead Loft here in Atlanta, Zone 2, a kind of where Peachtree Battle and Buckhead meet. That is what the evidence is going to show. It's going to show that on the 12th of July, 2019, these two defendants committed a homicidal murder for absolutely no reason. The evidence is going to show there's one victim, two shooters, and over 10 shots rang out that night when these two defendants began open firing at a crowd of people in a public parking lot, endangering everyone who was in that parking lot and around that area. Now, at the end of the day, there's going to be no questions about the facts that involve who the parties are. That the defendants made a decision, their own decision, to open fire in a crowd of people. And the defendants had a motive. And what the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, is that they were sticking up for one of their friends they'd come to the nightclub with. And you're going to hear and learn that his name is William Lewis. And what the evidence is going to show that evening is that they not only committed this shooting, but they both, at different times, attempted to conceal evidence. The police and the prosecution wouldn't be able to present it to you, members of the jury. Now, again, just a little background about the case. Like I said, it happens in July 12th of 2019. The Buckhead Loft is located at 2101 Tula Street, which is right off of Peachtree and Bennett. There's going to be, you're going to hear or learn about two groups of friends that all came to the Buckhead Loft to enjoy a night out. That night out, because of these two defendants, turned into destruction and death. The death of Solomon Smith, somebody who was just trying to do what was right. Now, I encourage you, the judge encouraged you to take notes. There's gonna be a lot of names that you're gonna hear. You're gonna hear a lot of nicknames as well. So there's, like I said, two groups. And group one is gonna be Solomon Smith's group. He's the victim in this case. He goes by, or his friends know him as Solo. You have his girlfriend, Jakayla Rivers. The evidence is gonna show that her brother, Javonta Rivers, had come to the club that night. And what you're gonna learn, ladies and gentlemen, is that they were all group one. Were coming to the club because Mr. Rivers was an aspiring or amateur artist and was performing that night. They also came with their friend Kiana Clark, Rhea Thompson, Miss Helen Abraham, and Kiera Clea. And what the evidence is going to show is that group one came in two cars. So Solomon Smith, Jakayla Rivers, Javonta Rivers, and Kiana Clark come in one vehicle, the red sedan. The evidence is going to show that Rhea Thompson, Helen Abraham, and Kiera Clea arrived shortly after them in a black large truck, an avalanche truck. Now, during the evidence as it's presented in this case, you're going to learn about a second group of people who showed up to the Buckhead nightclub, or Buckhead Loft nightclub. And that's going to be those two defendants, Xavier Head, Tyree Blige, and their group of friends. Quentin Williams, Tracy Holly, William Lewis and his girlfriend, Asia Ashley, and a couple other friends who were there but not involved with the incident. And what the evidence is going to show is they all arrived a little bit after midnight, between 12:10 and 12:15. And Solomon Smith and his friends arrived around the same time. And they all park in the same general location in the parking lot, which we'll see in a moment. And you're going to see the defendant and his friends walk towards the entrance of the Buckhead Club. And shortly thereafter, you're going to see the victim and their friends do the exact same thing, because they all were going out for a night of fun, enjoyment. It was exciting for Javonta. He was performing for the first time. But what the evidence is going to show is that these two groups didn't know each other at all. They were strangers. They were just all there for the same purpose, to have fun. And now what the evidence is going to show, and you'll see, is that defendant Blige arrives separately in a black sedan. And he arrives about an hour, hour and a half later from his friends, about 1:58. And he's going to be wearing a green or a darker green, and I'm old, so I call it a tracksuit or a jogging suit type outfit. And when he arrives, and this is a picture of the Buckhead Loft area. So just to orient you guys, this is Peachtree Street right here where this blue border is. So Peachtree Street, you come across Peachtree, you come down there. You continue to come down there. Here's the Buckhead Loft. And everyone parks right here, ladies and gentlemen. And you're gonna see on the video that Miss Jakayla Rivers parks her vehicle here. The defendant's Xavier Head parks his vehicle here. Asia Ashley, who drives separately, parks right here. And then at 1:58, when Tyree Blige arrives, he parks in this area, in this black sedan. Okay, so that's the general overview of what the Buckhead Loft area looks like. So like I said, Xavier Head and his friends approach the entrance of the club, and the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, this is Xavier Head. This is Quentin Williams, this is Tracy Holly, and this fellow with the white shirt and the large Nike check is going to be William Lewis. His girlfriend is standing in front of him, but is outside the view of that photograph. And this photo is very important. Pay close attention to it. You're going to see it all throughout the trial. And that's because Xavier Head has 3 stripes down the side of his black pants. And that characteristic of those pants is going to be important, because I want to tell you now, there is video surveillance, as I mentioned, in this case. And there's video surveillance from all different angles within the plaza of where the Buckhead Loft is located. But not all the video surveillance is up to par with how this looks. It is not as clear as this looks. We talked about yesterday during voir dire, y'all's life experiences and ring cameras and such as that, video surveillance, and how all video surveillance based on your comments, and you know, is not going to be this clear. And that's what the evidence is going to show here. That's why it's so important to pay attention to the details. One of the details is the 3 stripes down the pants of Mr. Head. Now, like I said, Mr. Blige arrived later, about an hour, hour and a half later. He was wearing the green tracksuit or sweatsuit. He enters the club alone. And you're going to hear from a waitress that worked at the Buckhead Loft. Her name is Miss Tiffany Feliciano. Miss Tiffany Feliciano is going to tell you that she was waiting. Her section involved the defendants. And she waited on the defendants all evening. And she has a specific memory of Mr. Blige, or as she remembered, the man with the green or darker colored zip up, immediately arrived at the bar, order a bottle of Hennessy, and very shortly after, leave. Ladies and gentlemen, the video surveillance corroborates this independent, unbiased memory of Ms. Feliciano, of Mr. Blige walking in and leaving soon after. Now, all parties leave about the same time. They all leave around 2 a.m., right a little bit after that, after Mr. Javonta Rivers finishes performing in the club. They all kind of walk out. And the video surveillance is going to show that the victims and his friends walk out of the club first. They kind of congregate at the entrance of the entrance or exit, where in front of the doors, they talk, they're saying their goodbyes to each other because they came in separate cars. And during that time, you're going to see on the video surveillance, the defendant, Mr. Head, and his friend, Trace and Holly, walk out first. Shortly behind them, you're going to see leading the pack, defendant, Tyree Blige. He's going to walk out first, followed by the rest of his friends, Mr. Lewis, Miss Asia Ashley, and the others they were with that night. And what you're going to see on the video surveillance is, as Mr. William Lewis and his girlfriend, Miss Ashley, are walking to their vehicle, you're going to see Mr. Lewis shove her incredibly hard into the vehicle of Jacayla Rivers. And Jacayla Rivers is going to tell you that she wasn't really paying attention until she heard this very loud bang or boom. And it was Miss Ashley going into her vehicle. And the other members that were with Miss Rivers would tell you the same thing. They heard this loud crash or this loud bang and see that Miss Ashley's on the floor or on the street. This is a snapshot or a still shot of Xavier Head leaving the club. This technology number works the way we like it to. This is what I was describing. You're going to see this group of individuals, Mr. Lewis, Ms. Ashley. Now she goes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what starts everything that leads to the death of Solomon Smith that night. After Miss Ashley goes down into Chicago River's vehicle, Chicago Rivers and her friends walk up. They ask, "What's going on?" You know, she just dented my car. And says, they say that to William Lewis, and they start having a verbal altercation. But Jacayla is going to tell you that she wasn't having it that time. She separated everybody, and they all started going separated one way and the other one the other. And because she knew nothing good could come out of an argument between the two groups. What the evidence is going to show is that Miss Ashley then gets into her vehicle. And as she's backing out, obviously distraught, she almost hits the vehicle of Ray Thompson, as well as they're all kind of congregating in front of it. And then it almost hits them. And you'll see on the video surveillance that Helen Abraham, who was a ride or road with Miss Thompson, begins to knock on the window pretty hard at Miss Ashley. And I guess Mr. Williams wanted to be the knight in shining armor at this point, decides to intervene. And how he intervenes, and you'll see on the video surveillance, is he punches Helen Abraham in the face. He gets another female in the face. He then starts pushing the other females that are around the vehicle as well very hard. You can see them being thrown from the vehicle. And Mr. Solomon Smith sees this. So he intervenes. He does the right thing. He comes to the aid of the girls or the women that he brought or that came to the club with him. And as a result of his intervention, a physical struggle begins between Solomon Smith and William Lewis. And there were other people in the parking lot who see this. Jacayla and the other girls will tell you that other men came to try to break up the fight. Jacayla was in the mix of it, trying to break up the fight. And during that time, Helen has retrieved the firearm. I'm sorry, Miss Rivers. Helen has retrieved a firearm. But she doesn't use that firearm. And the evidence is going to show that she walks back to Miss Ray Thompson's black truck. And Javonta Rivers comes over there and she hands him the gun. But before he can even turn, these two defendants begin open firing from a crowd of people, hitting, striking Solomon Smith twice, once in the leg, one in the back flank. And Solomon goes down. And he never gets up. What the evidence is going to show is that prior to the shooting, Tyree Blige and Xavier Head were never involved in this fight. During the fight, Tyree Blige is hiding behind his vehicle, or hanging out behind his vehicle, getting his gun out of his car. Xavier Head, he's in his vehicle the whole time. Backs up at the same time Miss Ashley does. But what you're gonna see, Xavier Head starts to move up Bennett Street, opens his front door to get out. His car rolls back, so he gets back in, moves his car up so it's even to where Tyree Blige is. He's out of the car, holding his pistol, and the two of them walk down to where this fight had just ended and begin to open fire. Now, after Solomon goes down and doesn't get back up, his friends act quickly. They load him into Ray Thompson's Avalanche and they drive the 3 blocks to Piedmont Hospital, where the nurses and the doctors at that hospital attempt to save his life, but it was too late. The injuries were too severe, and he died as a result of their senseless actions. Senseless. So at this point, when the Atlanta Police Department gets involved, now what the evidence is going to show is that because Solomon was brought to Piedmont Hospital, it goes over radio traffic that there's a young man who's received a gunshot wound who's coming to the hospital. Officers show up at the hospital, they begin to interview and talk to Solomon's friends who brought him. And what they learn is that the shooting occurred 3 blocks down the road at the Buckhead Loft nightclub. So they dispatch units shortly after that, and they begin to process the crime scene. And while they're processing the crime scene, when the detectives and officers who were there learn of Mr. Smith's death, and that's when APD homicide gets involved. And you're going to hear from the lead detective in this case, Detective Savannah Berry. And she shows up to the hospital, she shows up to the scene and begins her investigation to find out who did this. She speaks to Javonta and Jakayla Rivers. She speaks to Helen Abraham. She speaks to Kiara Clea. She speaks to Kiana Clark. They can tell her what happened, but they can't tell her who did it. Because like I said at the beginning of my opening, these two groups were strangers. Their paths had never crossed until 2 a.m. that night. They never even interacted in the club, is what both members of the groups will tell you. So what Savannah Berry does is she releases a media release on the news of the photographs of Mr. Xavier Head, Mr. Tyree Blige walking into the club. And she begins to get some information as a result of this. And at the same time, Jakayla Rivers, she'll tell you she will never forget watching Miss Ashley get punched into the vehicle. It's something that has always remained with her, that'll always stick with her. And she begins to search Instagram and other social media avenues. And on Instagram, she's able to find Mr. William Lewis. She gives a photograph of Mr. Lewis to the detectives. The detectives use a facial recognition database from the Department of Driver Services, and they're able to confirm that the identity of the individual that Ms. Rivers has found on Instagram is William Lewis. So Detective Berry follows up with Mr. Lewis. And what the evidence is going to show, Mr. Lewis did not want to talk to Detective Berry. He didn't want to be involved. He didn't want to tell her what happened with this, because the evidence is going to show that he's been friends with both of these defendants for a long time. But you're going to hear from former Judge Teskey. He was a Clayton County juvenile court judge. He had was a mentor to William Lewis. And he spoke with William Lewis and encouraged him to do the right thing and to speak to the law enforcement officers, to speak to Detective Berry. And he did that. he spoke to Detective Barry on July 25th of 2019.
Erica Body's doing his opening.
Roughly 2 weeks.
Figure that one out.
Yeah.
Hold on a
You want me
sec.
to forward to the link?
Sandra Wolf, you need to mute yourself, please. Sorry about that.
What the evidence will show is that Miss Sandra Wolf, whoever that is not a witness in the case, I promise. She's just eyes and ears, I guess, listening to the sky. So they meet at the Clayton County Juvenile Court. And Detective Barry and Detective Sajak, an assisting detective in the homicide unit, interviewed William Lewis. And during that interview, Mr. Lewis goes through the events of what occurred on July 12th, 2019. He identified his friends in a photograph. But he leaves out a key part. He doesn't tell the detective about his striking and what Asia actually will tell you is spitting on her, which the detectives have already seen on video. So you will learn that. He minimizes his role, minimizes, doesn't want to talk to the detectives, doesn't want to turn his friends in. During that conversation with Detective Barry, he does indicate that he had been in contact after the incident with Mr. Tyree Blige, and they had spoken about the shooting and that he was going to turn himself in eventually. That's what he tells Detective Barry. After he identifies both Mr. Head and Mr. Blige as being the shooting that night. Detective Barry uses this information and she gets warrants. It's warrants for the charges that Your Honor read to you earlier. I won't go through those again. I don't want to waste your time, but the murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and tampering with evidence solely charged to Mr. Blige. What you'll see on the video, Mr. Blige takes off his jacket, puts it around his head, and begins to pick up shell casings all throughout where he had just killed Solomon Smith. Begins to try to conceal the fact that he shot, to try to conceal the fact there was even a shooting. Then the case is turned over to the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office does its own independent investigation to gather more evidence and information about the death of Solomon Smith. And while doing that, both Mr. Blige and Mr. Head are in custody. And when someone is in custody at the Fulton County Jail, every phone call they make is recorded. Every single phone call they make is recorded. And a couple of days after Mr. Head's arrest by the Atlanta Police Department's fugitive unit, he makes a phone call to his then girlfriend, and you'll meet her, Asia Drain. And she's talking Miss Drain, and she says, your mom came and got the gun. She moved the gun. And he cuts her off. He hangs the phone up. They then talk again later that day or the next day. And what you're going to hear on that jail call is that Asia Drain is not alone. She's with Trace and Holly. Trace and Holly gets on the phone and he says the same thing. Gun's been moved. Your mom's got the gun. Or your mom's coming to get the gun. And you're going to hear Mr. Head immediately say, no, we can't talk about that. And you're also going to hear from Chiquita Harrison, who's the mother of Xavier Head. Now, what I'm gonna tell you, members of the jury, is we're gonna learn what she has to say to get. She was subpoenaed. She has to come to court, but she wouldn't speak to me. So we're gonna learn what she has to say together. And see what she did with that gun. You're also gonna hear from several experts. You're gonna hear from the medical examiner, Dr. Karen Sullivan. She's gonna tell you the cause and manner of death. Cause of death being gunshot wound to the torso and leg, and the manner homicide. You're also gonna hear from the GBI firearms examiner, Ms. Kathy Jordan. And she's gonna tell you that the ballistics that were recovered from the scene and from the body of Mr. Solomon Smith. It'll tell you what her conclusions and what her analysis involve. She's gonna tell you that the 4 left over 45 semi-auto cartridges or shell casings that were found, they were all fired from the same gun. Now remember, we don't have a gun to compare. Because one of the guns, both guns were taken from the scene. And we know based on that jail call, one of them was hidden or actively hidden. And what Ms. Jordan's gonna tell you is that the remaining 5 .380 casings that were found in the area of the shooting also came from the same firearm. But again, no firearm to compare them to. Now, those were all the shell casings that were recovered and found at the scene. The remaining ones were collected, which you can see on the video, by defendant Tyree Blige and his friend that was with him that evening, Mr. Quentin Williams. Now, the gun that Devonta had, we also never recovered that one. You're going to hear from the testimony of Savannah Berry, as well as Helen, Abraham, Jacayla Rivers. Devonta Rivers is going to come and sit in that stand. We're going to ask them what they did with that gun. They didn't turn it over either. What I expect the testimony to be from Mr. Rivers is that he was scared. He had just lost his friend. And he knew he had fired 2 shots into the air, which you can see on the video. And because of that, he didn't want to talk to the police. But the video is clear that Mr. Rivers fired his gun into the air. The video is clear that Mr. Rivers fired the gun because of the chaos that was occurring around him. He's going to tell you, and you're going to be able to see that he didn't know where the shots were coming from. He's going to tell you that he fired 2 shots into the air so the crowd would scatter so he could leave because he was afraid for his life. And you can see that. You can see in the video him diving into his car, getting in and out because he has no idea what's going on. He's looking for his friends, but also trying to save himself at the same time. And by the grace of God, he wasn't shot. By the grace of God, only one person was shot. Because with the amount of time that these defendants, you can see on the video surveillance fired, we could have had multiple, over 10 people killed that night. Now, remember, the victims and witnesses, they're not here, they're not on trial. The evidence is going to show that there's no justification for Mr. Blige, for defendant Heads shooting into this crowd in a public parking lot in the middle of Fulton County. There's no excuse for their conduct. The case, the evidence is going to show that this was an unjustified shooting, that this was an innocent victim, and that these 2 defendants are guilty of killing Solomon Smith. At the end of this trial, I'm going to stand before you again. And the evidence will be there's 1 victim. There's 2 shooters that are sitting right here. They ran out, shot over 10 rounds into a crowd in a public parking lot. And I'm gonna stand before you again, and I'm gonna ask that each and every one of you return a verdict that speaks the truth. The only verdict that speaks the truth. And that these two defendants are guilty of all charges. They're guilty of murder, they're guilty of felony murder, they're guilty of aggravated assault, and they're guilty of possession of a firearm during the commission of those crimes. And then Tyree Blige is also guilty of tampering with evidence for trying to conceal the actions that he did in concert with his co-defendant, Xavier Head, that led to the unnecessary death of 24-year-old Solomon Smith. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Abate. If you would take down the share screen. Ms. Fagan and Mr. King, I don't know if you sorted out who's going first. If you've done that, I'll defer. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to take turns who goes first on the defense side. You're going to go first. Ms. Fagan, if you'd like to give an opening statement on behalf of Mr. Blige, now is the time to do it. And as we've discussed, if there are things you want to post, you should feel free to use the wall space.
Thank you, honey. Good morning, everyone. I do have a little bit of setup.
If you all want to stand while Ms. Fagan's getting stuff set up, feel free to do that. Don't leave the courtroom. Just stand and stretch. Not a problem. So you should talk to a deputy, and then deputy can let me know what's going on. Okay. Ms. Fagan, do you think your opening will be as long as Mr. Abate's, longer or shorter?
Shorter, but I do think it's a good time for a break.
Okay, well, that was a request from one of the jurors. So that's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to make this one shorter because we didn't get you in here till 9:20-ish anyway. But we're going to take a quick break. If you want to go to 8H, you can do that. If you just want to go use a restroom and come back in here, great. We're going to try to get started close to 10:40, so it's only like a 7-minute break. If you need more time, it's your break, not mine, but I'm going to try to keep this one shorter so we can get through openings. Please don't talk about the case. You haven't heard any evidence yet, and you shouldn't talk about the evidence anyway till you hear all of it. Thank you so much. And follow the Sarge. Oh, you have them going a special way. All right.
Yeah. I mean, I got the whole, just the entire stuff.
You bet.
You know how to hook it up on here?
Before, just hold on one sec. Mr. Abate, anything we need to get on the record before we break? Ms. Fagan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
No.
All right, we'll be on break. You guys need a break? No, you do what the Sarge says.
I wasn't planning on putting the video.
So, do you know how to quickly find it?
Yeah,
Okay.
but do you know how to put it up
Well,
here?
not yet. Let's find out. Oh, my bad.
Oh, this.
You want my laptop? You got a laptop? Well, okay, so does this have a desk, does this have like a desktop?
It used to, so now everything's through Zoom.
Yeah, you don't, the way you connect is through Wi-Fi, through the Zoom feed, through your laptop. So if you want to do a PowerPoint or post an exhibit or whatever you want to do, it's through your device that connects through Wi-Fi to our Zoom.
Okay.
It's not the olden days where you try to plug into a device at the podium. It's much easier. It's plug and play. Any device you bring in can connect to the Zoom as long as you've got Wi-Fi.
Okay, so I'm
That
about
sounds,
to get to on the Zoom
sounds
right
good.
now.
That way we don't have that issue of like, oh, it doesn't have the right codec. I can't play this video. If it plays on your machine, it plays for everyone.
Sure.
Cause you may do it.
Your audio. Okay, so now I'm on. Now what?
So then you just share your screen.
My whole screen, my whole life, my whole screen.
I think you can choose specifically like.
Which I just
Like
wanna
what
pull my
folder?
Dropbox up. Okay, so hold on, maybe I should put some stuff like that.
What's going on, man? How you doing today?
Just sitting here, ready, in the office mascot.
You said being pretty?
Yeah.
I love being better white.
Well, you
I'm
good,
constantly being white.
Man,
Okay, so I'm
I
able.
should have brought my glasses.
Have that process.
So should I just download them?
Yeah, well, my glasses, one of the things fell off, so I usually want to watch TV because I have to sit there on the couch. But it's not conducive if I need to walk around because they fall off
Yeah.
until I get them fixed.
So, I'm gonna do this. What about the link?
I thought there was some very video talk that showed.
Well, how do you share your screen?
Yeah,
So on the Zoom
can we
link,
practice real quick?
Okay, so you're there on Zoom, right?
Right.
So where's your Zoom? Now this I do know how to do. Well, not necessarily on, okay, so you hit this button here, okay? When you hit share screen, it's about to give you multiple options. There you go. So your video is it still up?
Right, so my desktop. Share my desktop,
Right,
and now I just want this.
there you go.
First. I wish, here, let's do it like this. Your screen share.
Okay, so, okay, you didn't need me to use my, oh, you didn't know you could do that.
Right, so leave page. But why is it not pulling up still? Okay, so here's one of them. Let me go ahead and have those pulled up. Oh, I see. So I shouldn't. Okay, so let's do this. Mhm. Okay, so shooting. Hmm. Who, me? Dude, I didn't see you coming with technology on the front end. Right now, like it's over. Mhm.
I know it was all chaotic, but you feel it makes sense now, don't you? Very smooth. Strong.
Oh, but so when I'm sharing my screen, the people in the jury assembly only see my screen. They don't see me at all.
Right.
Or is that because I'm sharing my screen right now and it's just full?
Right. I don't see you, I don't see the side screen.
All right, well, call me when you get here. I may be able to swing by. Oh, that's the time our performance is, our Halloween performance. Could you call me with? All right, bye.
Okay. I told you, don't worry, that's exactly.
Yeah,
what
I
told
just
you.
showed him, just showed him the stage.
It was just-
I didn't see how.
No, but I think less than much, but you know, I'm bouncing for just a second with those back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not right, but it should be gone. That's right. It should be gone. I'm trying to snap, so it's very good stuff, right? I got it. Movie, this, I got stuff.
So the rules now. Or it's just,
The what camera?
one of the family members was complaining because he can't see nothing. So, I don't know. I just saw. So the witnesses. And we're not evidence. So why, yeah, I'll just brought it up, but it makes sense. Yeah. Yes. Yes. He didn't say, anything. Well, I'm assuming he didn't say anything about that.
Can I take this? Can it be removed? No.
Where you want it?
No, I'll just move it, turn it around. I'm not gonna use it until the very end when I'm on the video. I just don't want this and
Right on. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use that.
it's still messy, a messy transfer.
Court come to order. What you mean?
Just a messy transfer.
You mean just kind of,
Between the two.
you know how to do it?
I think
All right, our jurors are waiting right outside, so let's get seated, please.
Yeah. We can stay.
Let me make sure. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Mr. Abate, anything before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Fagan? Mr. King?
No, Judge.
Great, let's bring him in, please. Thank you, Sergeant. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That worked just like it should. I heard some of you ask for the vending machine, so you should have the sugar you need to get us until the lunch break. We paused when Ms. Fagan was setting up for the opening statement she's going to give on behalf of Mr. Blige. Ms. Fagan, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Again, my name is Nicole Fagan and I represent Tyree Blige. Ladies and gentlemen, what happened to Solomon Smith is terrible. But Tyree Blige is innocent of murder. Ladies and gentlemen, first, before I even begin, I want to thank everyone for being here. I understand that yesterday was a long day and you probably think there's a more efficient way to pick a jury. But the fact is that efficiency isn't as important as being right. And what being right in a jury trial means intelligent and thoughtful people willing to look at all of the evidence, get the law from the judge at the conclusion of the trial, apply it to the facts and seek the truth. And that's all that we're asking for. And we're confident that we've reached that in each and every one of them. Now, before I move further, I do encourage everyone to take notes in this case because there's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of moving parts. This is my opportunity to let you all know what I expect the evidence to show in this case, or more importantly, what the evidence won't show. Because what this case is going to be is a chain of events and a justified reaction. And ultimately, what you will see is you will see Solomon Smith's friends lie to the police and ultimately lie to them about their own involvement in Solomon Smith's death. Ladies and gentlemen, what this case will be is the person that did shoot Solomon Smith in the back is not sitting at that table. Now, first, let's discuss what's not in dispute. July 12th, 2019, at 1:48 a.m., my client arrives at the Buckhead Loft. He arrives at the Buckhead Loft to celebrate William Lewis's birthday. When he gets in the club, he orders a drink, but he forgot his wallet. So that's why at 2:08, you'll see him leave Buckhead Loft, go to his car, and he's back at the front door at 2:09. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at that point, at 2:09, when he's walking back in, William Lewis and all his friends, they're all packing up and getting ready to go. So my client is at Buckhead Loft for less than 30 minutes, and my client is never served any alcohol. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they all head outside. William Lewis gets into a terrible fight with Asia Ashley, his girlfriend. Such a terrible fight that she falls onto the hood of Jacayla Rivers' car. And at that point, that's when Solomon Smith gets involved. And they're talking about, is there damage? Do we need to? What they're talking about, you won't be able to hear on the video. But what they say all depends on who testifies for this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see Solomon Smith and William Lewis start fighting. And in the meantime of them fighting, Asia Ashley jumps in her car and she's trying to pull out. But when she tries to pull out, she almost hits a black truck. And that black truck had 3 females in it, but not for long. Because that black truck, all 3 of those females get out of that car and they start punching Asia Ashley's window. So while they're punching Asia Ashley's window, Kiki is getting a gun. Kiki is with Solomon Smith. That's Yola's girlfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence will show, what this video will show, is a chain of events. What these times will show is at 2:16:08, you will see Kiki grab her gun first. She walks behind William Lewis with her gun pointed to the back of his head. And at that point, during the physical altercation, what you'll see is these men don't get involved when it was just a fight. But then Kiki raises the bar. Kiki pulls out a .45. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show the gun that Kiki pulled out is the gun that ultimately killed Solomon Smith. Now, 2:08, Kiki grabs her gun, pointing it in the back of William Lewis's head. In this body language. Now, at that point, she doesn't do anything. So at 2:16:20, Javante Rivers grabs the gun from Kiki. At 2:16:39, now guns are pulled at this point already. At 2:16:39, you'll see Tyree Blige, you'll see Xavier Head. They will have their guns, they will be shooting their guns. Ladies and gentlemen, a .380 hits Solomon Smith in the front of his thigh. But what killed Solomon Smith is a .45 to the back. The .45 that came from Kiki, the .45 that was ultimately shot by Javante Rivers. Tyree Blige never shoots Solomon Smith. And ultimately what you will see, Kiki brings a gun, Javante Smith pulling the gun, walking around the parking lot. Tyree, 2:16:39. Then you will see 3 gunshots at 2:16:43 by Javante. You'll see 1 more at 2:17:06 in Javante's car. And at 2:17:14, Tyree's, those last 2 shots. And ultimately stops all gunfire. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that Tyree Blige is licensed to carry. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that Tyree Blige has never been in trouble before. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that Tyree Blige did not get involved in that altercation until Kiki pulled out a .45. He was there for less than 30 minutes. He never was served any alcohol. Now, like I said, when you watch the video, you don't get to hear the video. So it's going to depend whether or not Trace and Holly's testifying or William Lewis is testifying, or if it's Jacayla Rivers or Javante Rivers. Let's keep going. Now, let's talk about after they break up the fight. So once the fight's broken up, they throw Solomon into the black truck. They bring him to the hospital. Now, at that point, Detective Barry speaks to all of Solomon's friends and his girlfriend that night. Immediately, Solomon's friends start lying. They said, we walked outside the club, we heard gunshots, we hit the ground, we didn't see anything. Okay? Then, after that, Detective Barry gets the video. Now she sees the evidence. Now she sees their line, and now she confronts each and every one of them. Javante Rivers starts crying, not for remorse, he just got caught. He doesn't want to be labeled a criminal, because he just shot his friend in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, then they go talk to Kiki. Now, Kiki says she doesn't remember. She doesn't know where she put that gun. She doesn't even recall passing it off to Javante. She doesn't want to answer the question wrong. That's what Kiki tells Detective Barry. That's what Detective Barry had to work with Solomon's friends. William Lewis. She identifies William Lewis as the person that's fighting Asia Ashley. Now, William Lewis is the one that, it's his birthday. He's fighting with his girlfriend. He's fighting with Solomon Smith. Then he's fighting, Helen Abraham is the one who's punching the window. And he fights all of them. You'll see the girls fall back. But ultimately, the police find out who William Lewis is. And when they find out who William Lewis is, they see he's Facebook friends with the judge in Clayton. So they work out a meeting. And the judge is even helping in the investigation. Ultimately, William Lewis identifies Tyree. It's like, yeah, Tyree was there. He doesn't identify Xavier. But he identifies. He helps. Trace and Holly. Now, he was in the car. He says he didn't really see anything. He identifies Xavier, but he doesn't identify Tyree. Ladies and gentlemen, ultimately, this is what the detective had to work with. Solomon's friends lied to them. Solomon's friends ultimately shot them. And the timeline, the chain of events, is everything that needs to be understood to justify. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to show the video one more time. And when you look, if you focus in here, (2:16:08), right here, Kiki, gun to his head, William Lewis, Solomon Smith running in. Kiki comes over here. 2:16:20, Javante Rivers grabs the gun. Tyree's over here. There's two parts to the video.
It always works that way.
Sorry.
Mhm.
2:16:39, Tyree.
Right.
Javante, 1, 2, 3, then you'll see another light over here. And the reason that's important is because, ladies and gentlemen, you will find 4 45 shell casings by this car. You will find 5 380 shell casings by this car. You won't find Tyree shell casings because the evidence will show Tyree did pick up those shell casings. And at the end of the day, we will accept responsibility for that. But murder, Tyree Blige is innocent of. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about a chain of events. This is a timeline. This is a case of Solomon's friends lying to the police, obstructing their investigation. And ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be asking that you find Tyree Blige not guilty on the counts of murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fagan. Mr. King.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everyone. Just like we did in jury selection, the time is going to be lower because I don't want to repeat a whole lot of stuff that everyone else said, so I'm going to keep it short. As the prosecution stated, and the defense stated, this is a tragedy. It's terrible what happened to Solomon Smith. And yes, it was a chain of events. Ladies and gentlemen, let me let you know what the state won't be able to prove. And that is that my client, Mr. Head, had a gun that night, used the gun that night, fired a shot that hit Solomon Smith that night, and caused the death of Solomon Smith. As the defense already stated, yes, there's some things that we need to concede. Right after midnight, Xavier Head, he made it to the club that night. But as you see what the state did with those different groups, when you lumped them together, we said the two cars came on the Solomon Smith side. What you'll find out in this case is that Xavier Head didn't come with anybody to the club. He was an individual that night. He went to the club, he spent time at the club, he left the club, and then he went home. What you won't find is any evidence to show that my client used a gun, fired a gun, and the guns that they claim were used by the individuals, there won't be any evidence that those guns or those shooters caused the death of Solomon Smith. So what this case is, based on the state's presentation, will be a whole bunch of assumptions. But the assumptions do not equal conclusions. So yes, my client was on scene. And one of the things that the co-counsel stated about Mr. Holly, I want to make sure we clear up, because obviously what I'm going to tell you is that there won't be no one that identifies from the state that my client fired a gun at. So when she stated that Mr. Holly was going to probably testify that he identified my client, the reason why he identified my client and what he told the police was Xavier Head, this is him. He was with me at the club that night. Not Xavier Head held a gun, fired a gun, used a gun, threatened anyone, responded to a shooting, responded to a threat at all. There will be no witnesses that says that my client did any of it. So what we have, and what I believe the evidence would show in this situation, is Xavier Head was there, Xavier Head left, but because he was friends with William Holly and knows Tyree Blige, that they took what I consider a leap and determined that Xavier Head was a shooter that night. And it's very important that you determine what my language when I say a shooter, because what the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, is there are at least 3 shooters, okay? At least 3 shooters for several different reasons. One, I believe the evidence will show that there are more than one shell case. I believe the evidence is going to show that there are more than one types of bullets that will be testified. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show that that Ms. Rivers is going to say that there was a shooter coming from up the hill with dreads. Okay. Now, the state has already showed you photos. Multiple people with dreads in the photo. But I'll tell you one person that doesn't have dreads, is that Xavier Head. So that testimony is gonna come out. Another person is going to testify that she saw somebody up the hill with a long gun, okay? If you guys either have experience with guns or watch shows on TV, everybody knows what a long gun means. Long gun means for two reasons. Number one, it's long physically. And number two, it's made to shoot long range. Okay? There is no confusion between what a long gun is and a short gun. And the reason why I say that is because, and the reason why I bring it up is because these are the witnesses that the states are going to show that say these are shooters. Okay, so they're claiming that there are only two people, and those two people are sitting at this table that caused the shooting. But the problem is, the video doesn't help. The problem is that you have the witness saying it's a person with a long gun. Another witness is going to say that she directly saw the person shooting with dread. Then I'm sure the detective is just going to make the assumption that one of the shootings is Xavier. And then there's the female who had the gun, where we're not even sure if she shot the gun or not. And then we know that Javante River shot. And the reason why this is also important is what the state is not going to be able to prove is whose firearm caused the death. And what I don't want you to do is put that burden on either one of these defendants to prove it, because the burden rests on the state. So when the state is making their case, saying, because this is what they're going to have to show, they're going to have to show that beyond reasonable doubt, somebody fired the gun. That person, the person who fired it, fired a bullet into the deceased. And that bullet killed him. In the most simplistic terms. But what they're going to show is two people shot him, one in the leg, non-fatal, one in the back that ended up being fatal. We're not sure who fired those shots. That's what the evidence will be, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what anybody says here. So based on that, and based on the fact that they have the burden, and no one is going to say, out of all the witnesses that the state presents, Xavier Head used a gun, fired a gun, stayed to participate in any way in the shooting of anyone, or caused the death anyway of Solomon Smith. And because of that, the only verdict that we believe that will be appropriate for my client will be a not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, just like when I was in school, I learned how to write an essay. And the thing that always sticks in my mind when I write essays for whatever purpose is how you structure it. Trials are like essays. And what the teacher always told me is you're going to tell them what you tell them what you told them, and then at the end, you tell them you tell them, and then at the end, you tell them what you told them. Sorry, I could have said that. Right now, we're in the tell them what you're going to tell them phase, so this is not evidence. But please listen to what I'm saying, because I believe everything that I'm telling you will come to pass. And the title of the essay is Assumptions Don't Mean Conclusion. And I want you to have that in your head while you listen to the evidence. And at the end, I believe that the conclusions that the state attempts to bring are nothing but assumptions. And based on that, they will not meet the burden. And that my client is not guilty of any of the charges. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. King. And with that, we've had the opening statements from the three attorneys. Mr. Abate, if you'd call your first witness.
Officer John Pierre. And then police department.
I got the points on the link, right?
Yes, I do.
Officer, before you do that, my invitation to you is to have your mask down while you testify. If you're not comfortable with that, it's not an order. But if you are okay with it, it will help everyone hear you better. I let the lawyers who are asking questions have masks off, and I ask the witnesses if they're comfortable to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you state your name for the record.
Good morning, court. My name is Officer Hans Jean Pierre, spelled H-A-N-T-Z. Last name is Jean Pierre, Jean -Pierre. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Be the best place to stand. This is a new setup for me.
Can you stand at the podium for me, please?
I can do that.
Thank you.
And that lectern rotates, so you don't have to have gravity working against you. If you want to have it slope towards you, that little piece is movable.
Thank you, Judge. I'm
Sure.
gonna put it right here.
Okay.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who are way back here, so keep your voice up, I know they're usually right there, where you are currently employed?
At the moment right now, I'm currently employed at Zone 2 Morning Watch, City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
I've been employed with the Atlanta Police Department about 4 years now.
Okay, and you mentioned you work in Zone 2. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means? Where's Zone 2?
Yeah, Zone 2 is in Buckhead, Piedmont, P Street, etc. That's pretty much the area over there.
Okay, and is 2101 Tula Street, Atlanta, Georgia, which the Buckhead Loft nightclub, is that here in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with Piedmont Hospital?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Okay, and how far, based on your number of years working in Zone 2, is Piedmont Hospital from the Buckhead Loft?
I would say about maybe at 1.2 miles, maybe about 4 or 5 minutes driving,
Okay,
maybe less than that probably.
what street is Piedmont Hospital on?
It's on P Street.
Now, tell the jury what hours or what shift were you assigned to back on July 12th of 2019?
The shift I was assigned to, and I'm currently still assigned to this shift, is Morning Watch, which is the hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, and were you dispatched to Piedmont Hospital on July 12th, 2019, a little bit after 2:30?
Yes, sir. Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the members of the jury why?
So I've been dispatched to that location on that particular date because we had a message about someone showing up to the hospital that was shot. So I had to respond to it just to further investigate exactly what happened, where they got shot at, and et cetera.
Okay, and is that something that a message that you received through like your radio? How do you receive that message?
Yeah, so dispatcher provides us all the communication with whoever calls in 911 calls for whatever emergency that's going on in the city. So our dispatcher gives us all the information and intel what's going on before we go to the call. So we that day we got information from the dispatch that someone showed up to the hospital that was shot.
And based on your training and experience and number of years with the department, can dispatch get that information from officers who are working at the hospital or at that location?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jury when you arrived that early morning on July 12th, what you did first and what you saw?
Yes, so to my recollection, what I remembered is heading to that hospital. We received information that someone got shot. Normally, a supervisor actually shows up to the scene with you just to further investigate as well. I made contact with one of the witnesses that was actually with the victim. Turned out that that witness was the victim's girlfriend. And while the victim was trying to, I guess he was in surgery, or they were trying to, doctors were working on him. I was talking briefly to the witness, which is the victim's girlfriend.
Okay. And through your investigation, after arriving at the hospital, were you able to determine where the victim was shot?
Yes, sir. From what the witness was advising to us, that it was at the club by 11:45, but it's on 2101 Tula Street,
Okay.
which is Buckhead Loft, and she pretty much gave us that location. That's where we had a few officers dispatched to that location to hold the crime scene down. So
Okay. And through your investigation, speaking with the friends of the victim, were you able to determine the victim's identity or name?
we were able to determine the victim's identity through the ID card that we had, the driver's license, but all that information got transferred over to a homicide unit. So,
So any part of the investigation that you were involved in, did you provide or give a report or an oral report to the homicide detectives?
yes, sir. I pretty much debriefed them of information that was given to me. And so especially notes that I wrote that down when I was on the scene, and they actually took it from there as far as, interviewing anybody that was on scene or anybody that was witness to the crime and et cetera. So.
And when did, I guess, the homicide detectives or the homicide team with the Atlanta Police Department get involved in this investigation?
Shortly when I was there, because normally when we determine that if either the victim's gonna either make it or not, we have to raise our GI investigation unit, homicide investigation unit, crime scene. So I would say, I want to say in the span of an hour or so, maybe before that, you have to raise them and let them know exactly what's going on, debrief them. And so they have to make preparation to come to the scene to further investigate and stuff. So.
Okay. And did you remain at Piedmont Hospital, or did you go after speaking with the witnesses, the individuals at the hospital? Did you go to 2101 Tula Street, the Buckhead Loft Club?
So for my remembrance, I was there. The duration of my time was at Piedmont Hospital, just trying to calm everybody down, which is, we found out that the victim actually did pass. We had a lot of family members that was out there, very frantic and et cetera. But so I had to make sure everybody calmed down. And then shortly during the night, just when we trying to wrap up everything, I believe I head out back to that crime scene location, which is at 2101 Tula Street.
Okay. And is that where you were able to speak with the homicide detectives and the assisting detectives with this investigation?
Right. I was able to speak to the officers there on the scene as well. So just to debrief of actually what's going on with the victim and then the scene and et cetera. So, yeah.
And the involvement that you've described here today, did that complete your part of the investigation?
Yes, sir. Yes, it did.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Fagan, do you have any questions for Officer Jean-Pierre?
Just one question, Your Honor.
Many as you want.
As part of your investigation in this case, none of the evidence or nothing that you were able to collect was any evidence against Tyree Blige, correct?
Repeat that question one more time. I apologize.
You didn't collect any evidence against Tyree Blige, correct?
Tyree Blige, was it the victim or the suspect? I apologize.
No further questions.
Okay.
Mr. King, any questions for Officer Jean-Pierre?
No questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you get note cards or did we fail to pass those out? Should look in your bag. There may be a little dose. Great. If you have any questions, jot them down and let the deputies know that you've got questions. If you don't, that's okay too. All right. I think that's it for Officer Jim Pierre. May he step down?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Statement call, Officer Chikanga.
It's number 23 on your list. Sure.
Witness now being true, hold. Please have a seat, state your name, and spell it for the record, please.
There's Officer James Gikanga, James, Gikanga, Gikanga.
Officer Conga, I'm going to ask if you're all right with it, that you take your mask off while you testify so we can hear you better. I'm also going to ask that you lean into the microphone a little bit so that our jurors who are in the back of the courtroom can hear the important things you have to say.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good morning, Officer Chikanga. How are you today?
Pretty good, sir. About yourself.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you are currently employed?
I'm employed as a police officer for the City of Atlanta Police Department, currently assigned to Zone 2.
And how long have you been employed as a police officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
Since December of 2018.
Okay. And you said you are assigned specifically to Zone 2?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been assigned to the Zone 2 area?
It's March of 2019, I believe.
Okay. And since March of 2019, can you tell the jurors what shift you work?
When I initially began my assignment in Zone 2, I was on morning watch, which is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And I moved over to the crime suppression unit. And then I'm now currently assigned to evening watch.
Okay. So back on July 12th of 2019, what shift were you working?
I was working morning watch.
Okay. You may want to move that microphone a little closer to your face.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
So were you dispatched to the area of 2101 Tula Street, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And what is that location?
It's a mixed complex, has a lot of businesses, which are primarily late night lounges and bars and a club, which is 1145, and then Buckhead Lofts and a couple other businesses in that location.
Okay. And is that here in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors why you were dispatched to that location?
Okay, initially that night, we received a call from Piedmont Hospital, reference to a gunshot victim that was dropped off in their ER. Officer Pierre went out to the hospital, was able to determine that the incident location was 2101 Tula Street. I believe it initially said it was Buckhead Lofts. I responded to the location. When I arrived there, talked to a couple people, asked them if anything had happened. I believe I got first people telling me they just might have heard some gunshots, something like that. Then I began searching the area for a crime scene, which time I did locate shell casings in the parking lot, requested additional units to help secure the crime scene, and started other responding units, investigators and crime scene.
Now, just to back you up just a little bit, when you responded, did you know exactly what you were responding to?
I knew there was an incident occurred with the gentleman that was dropped off at the hospital and he was shot. I didn't know exactly what transpired between the victim or anybody else.
Okay. And you said when you initially arrived, what were your first steps?
I questioned a couple people if they heard anything as far as gunshots, anything like that.
Okay. And for the jurors, can you describe where in the city limit or Buckhead this nightclub is?
Okay, it's on Peachtree Road on the western side of Peachtree. It's in between Colonial Homes and Collier Road. Quick reference, it's if you're traveling northbound on Peachtree, it's right past Piedmont Hospital.
And you said throughout by Piedmont Hospital, how far from Piedmont Hospital is this location?
Within walking distance, say a couple thousand feet.
I'm going to show you what's the mark states exhibit 130.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the exhibit 130?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a location of Buckhead Lost, 2101 Tula Street. And on the top right, that's Club 1145. And then the parking lot which I responded to.
And is exhibit 130 a bare naked depiction of the area where Buckhead Lost on Peachtree Street?
Yes, sir.
At this time, you're on the state attorney with the mark states exhibit 130 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. King, to states 130?
No.
Ms. Fagan,
No objection.
130 is admitted.
And Judge, I have this. I'm also going to share it on my computer screen so the jurors can see it.
Great.
Zoom technology. Challenge.
The screen in front of the witness is a touch screen. So for all the lawyers, witnesses can mark up exhibits that are on the screen for demonstration purposes.
So I'm going to move this out of your way. Should be useless for you. Just a moment, states exhibit 130 to be on the screen in front of you.
Okay.
Is it, I can't see the big screen. Is the exhibit what is large on the screen and the witness is small, or is it still the witness who's large and the exhibit is small?
Exhibit is large.
Exhibit is large. Excellent. Thank you.
Now,
Bless you.
Officer Chikage, if you could, on the screen in front of you, like the judge said, it's touch screen. Will you circle or draw an arrow where Peachtree Street, the entrance of, or the intersection of Bennett and Peachtree Street is?
Okay. I got this. I believe this is Zoom.
Want us to zoom it in?
No. It's got a pop up on it. I don't know if should I stay muted or unmute. I don't know if you can see this.
You want to keep it mute. Mute. If you unmute, we'll get bad feedback. Stay muted, please.
So in states exhibit 130 on your screen, could you draw an arrow where Peachtree Street and Bennett Street intersect?
Oh no, can y'all see that?
Judge, having experienced this issue a couple of weeks ago, I think he needs to get administrative privileges in order for him to be able to actually utilize the touch screen so that everyone else can see. We had this issue in Judge Ellis.
Okay. Like make co-host.
Something like that, because otherwise anything that he writes on that screen won't be on display for the jurors.
Don't abuse your authority as co-host. All right, try it now.
I'm gonna have you stand up, and Judge, with your permission, can he walk to the big screen?
He may, and we'll work on our technical hiccup during a break. 'Cause we paid big money for that touchscreen.
Now, just do me a big favor, keep your voice up, or the nervous is gonna yell at us, okay? So, show me where Peachtree Street and Bennett Street intersect in Stacy in 130.
Okay, what's kind of that, but it's gonna be this general area like this.
And Bennett Street, is that the only way in and out of this nightclub plaza area?
Yes, sir.
And can you show the jurors where the Buckhead Loft nightclub is?
It's at the bottom of the hill here, this is the view.
Okay, so it takes you to 130, you drive down Bennett Street when you enter that night on July 12th, 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you show the jurors where on that screen, the general area in which you found, or you started to see shell cases when you initially surveyed the scene?
Okay, so I initially arrived, I came here, spoke to the people at the door, asking about it. And then backed up, went in this area where the parking lot is, and I looked at the shell cases in this general area right here.
Okay, so you located shell casings in states in 130, and the left-hand corner, and basically being scattered throughout the entire apartment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do when you located those shell casings?
I called for additional units, I had the properties there in the vehicle. And I began keeping people away, because it was an active property, so they started walking out of the Buckhead lofts. So I just kind of told everybody right here while I took care of this entire area.
And when you say secure the area, did you secure it with tape, crime scene tape? How did you secure the area?
Initially, it was just me and my patrol car there. Once the response units did arrive, we put a tape on the outside.
And you go back to your seat, the microphone, you project to everybody. But what's the purpose of putting up the crime scene tape or trying to secure the scene? Why do you do that?
Let's try to keep the scene as organic as possible, meaning as close as possible to when the initial incident occurred, and then keep any evidence from being disturbed.
And prior to your arrival, was anybody else doing that?
No, sir.
Okay, were you the first officer to arrive on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you called in for backup, did anyone help with the securing of the scene that evening, help you with that?
Yes, sir.
And were there others that helped locate any other items of possible evidence?
Yes, sir, they did.
I'm going to show you what's marked, the state exhibit 1 through 84, and then 84A.
Mr. Rao, do you think you know what to press on this screen to make it work, or is that above your pay grade?
Above my pay grade, I had case management and that could essentially alleviate that issue.
Okay, I put a request into our IT special force people, so maybe they can make it work.
Now, Officer Giacomo, do you recognize state exhibit 1 through 84 and just flip through those photos?
Yes, sir, I do. Just the pictures of the parking lot on Bennett Street.
And the pictures that I had given an opportunity to look at these before your testimony here today.
Yes, sir.
And going through those then and going through them now, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you arrived to at the Buckhead Loft nightclub on 2101 Tool Street?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state attorney was to mark the state exhibit 1 through 184 to evidence.
Is it 1 through 84 or 184?
Excuse me, 1 through 84.
And then there was an 84A you mentioned.
Yes. This is digital.
Okay, got it. Which is all those on a thumb drive.
So did you have an opportunity to look at the thumb drive, and were the same photographs, on 84A?
I did not look at the thumb drive.
Okay.
Well, I'll take your word for it. I mean, this is what you're tendering for now. If the way you're going to publish it is 84A, that's great. And then 84A can be what you provide to Ms. Rivers as the digital version of those photos. So what we'll be tendering is 1 through 84 at this point. Ms. Fagan, any objection to states 1 through 84?
No objection.
Mr. King,
No, Judge.
1 through 84 are admitted.
Now, in State's Exhibit 1, conflict conduct, can you tell, the jurors what direction they're looking to? Is that the entrance? Are they looking down? Or is that they're looking down and looking up towards Peachtree Street?
Okay, this is looking west, which is going to be down towards a parking lot facing away from Peachtree Road.
Okay, so behind in State's Exhibit 1, the yellow crime scene tape, is that Peachtree Street or would lead to Peachtree Street, that direction?
You saying behind the yellow tape? Yes, sir.
And in front of the yellow tape, does that take you further down Bennett and into the plaza complex as described in State's Exhibit 130?
Yes, sir.
Now, in State's Exhibit 6, what are we looking at?
This is going to be the front of the Buckhead Lofts, which on a previous picture is going to be, there's a street sign which turned to the left, and this is where,
This, in State's Exhibit 4, does that help?
yes,
Does that depict the turn to the left towards the Buckhead nightclub?
yes, sir.
So because our screen isn't working, would you step back to the back and explain to the jury to show them what you're talking about? When you say take a left,
Okay, so when you're on Peachtree Street, you're facing Bennett Street, looking down. You go to intersection right here. Awesome.
is this in State's Exhibit 4, is this main drag that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 4, is this Bennett Street?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you say take a left, where this sign is in the middle of State's Exhibit 4, is that Peachtree Street? Okay. Back here, where you see the light, is that the entrance to the Buckhead Law?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you said you went there first?
I did.
And were you able to gather any information to assist in your investigation when you initially encountered anyone with Buckhead Law?
Yes, I talked to the security guard that worked there. I said if anything happened.
Well, tell me what he said. So, but you were able to gather some information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, that's great. When you were surveying, I guess, the crime scene, or you determined to be the crime scene, did you notice if there were any video surveillance cameras in the area?
Yes, we located multiple cameras on the exterior businesses.
And Was that information relayed to assisting investigators with the homicide unit?
Yes, it was.
Now, can you tell the jurors where in the parking lot complex this picture state exhibit 15 depicts?
It's gonna be the edge of the parking lot of the crime scene that I found that night. We're facing Peachtree Road, and then this is the intersection. Bennett Street.
And where you see the blue lights, police car, is that directly where you would intersect Peachtree Street?
Behind it, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what is depicted in today's exhibit? $35.
That's gonna be an Apple Watch.
And after locating that, did you provide that information to the crime scene tech as well as the members of the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Other than survey,
We're gonna pause for 1 second. One of our special forces units has arrived to see if he can get the touchscreen working. You can draw on it for a second. Let's just confirm it works. Can you all see a red circle? Fantastic. So what did you do to bring it up? Because he won't be testifying all week long.
You slide it this way.
Yeah,
And Ken will come up.
okay. So simply slide from the left to the right. And you could have just sent me an email. Thank you. That's great. But showing is better. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll still let you know when it's lunch break for the other thing. If you want to watch it for a second, you can see it. If you want to just watch one of the screens, you can see it now when he testifies. So just watch the big, but it's on all the screens. It's not just the big one. We're ready. And the touchscreen works now.
great. Now, during your time at the crime scene, did you collect any of the evidence?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because a standard operating procedure is that crime scene techs collect the evidence on scene. This way they can turn it over to the property control unit.
Okay, and other than what you've testified here about today, you being the first responding officer and assisting other detectives who arrived and officers who arrived, did that complete all of your involvement in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any further questions at this time.
We'll always start with Ms. Fagan. Is that an okay default by you, Mr. King? All right, Ms. Fagan, questions for Officer Gikanga?
None of your investigation provided any evidence against Tyree Blige, correct?
No, I'll just handle the initial scene.
Thank you.
Mr. King?
No question.
Any questions from the jurors for Officer Gikanga? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Sergeant. Mr. Abate, Ms. Fagan, Mr. King? I'm gonna open the door. I'm trying to figure out how to turn on the light back there. We're supposed to grab the door. The light. Okay. Can you take the screen share down, please? Thanks. Officer, approximately what time did you respond to the Buckhead Loft area?
Right now, I can't remember exactly what time it was. It was at night during my shift,
Your shift ran from what hour to what hour?
11 PM to 7 AM.
So it was somewhere in that window.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any follow-up questions based on that?
Just wondered, would, Officer Chacon, we're looking at a copy of the CAD report of professional recollection.
Yes, sir.
So just, once you're done looking at the document, just look up. Just looking at the first, what is CAD report?
CAD report is basically our computer aided dispatch. It's a record of all the calls for service that we received while we're working a tour of duty.
And just looking at that report on professional recollections, what time you arrived on July 12th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
What time did you arrive?
Around 2:40 in the morning.
No further questions, Judge.
Ms. Fagan, anything else for Officer Jaconga?
I didn't hear what your answer was. What time?
Around 2:40 in the morning.
Okay, and just to be specific though, did you prepare a crime scene log sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that crime scene log sheet, did you know that you arrived at 2:42?
Yes, ma'am. It was the time that I wrote down on the crime scene log.
Okay, so 2:42 is your actual arrival time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. King, anything else?
No question.
All right. May Officer Jaconga step down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
No problem. Thanks, sir.
Next witness.
Same call, Officer Jeffrey. For the court, the record, I guess.
Oh, that's who's coming? Okay. Number 24. The name is spelled a little differently, but it's number 24.
You swear on the testimony you brought forth tonight.
Officer Jeffrey, Jeffrey.
Officer Jeffrey, I'm going to ask if you don't mind that you pull your mask down while you're answering questions, just so we can hear you better, as long as you're comfortable with that. Great. And get comfortable and close to the microphone so the jurors can hear you. The chair has no wheels for safety reasons, so people don't roll off. So you may have to heave it a bit. Mr. Abate, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good
First name.
Jerry, Jery.
Good morning, Officer Jerry, or excuse me, Jeffrey. Can you tell the court how you are, or the jury, how you're currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Officer,
And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since 2012.
Okay. And while working with the City of Atlanta Police Department, have you been assigned to any certain area within the department?
Yeah, Zone 2 Morning Watch,
And how long have you worked in Zone 2?
my entire career.
Okay, so since 2012?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the location 2102 Tula Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
I'm familiar with Tula Street. Yes,
Okay, and is that here in Fulton County?
yes, it is.
And is that address associated with, or is it the address for the Buckhead Loft nightclub?
It is.
Okay, and back on July 12th of 2019, were you dispatched to that location?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors why you were dispatched or why you went to that location?
It came up to me, to my call and everything, is it came up as far as shots fired.
Okay, and when you arrived, can you tell the jurors what was going on or what you saw?
At this point, when I arrived, pretty much the parking lot was pretty empty. There wasn't no one really around. There was a couple people that were just staggered around the different businesses that were over there. And then, we started talking to them to find out, what possibly happened. And then, we started looking around the area and found some shell casings.
Okay,
And that's when we put up tape.
and when you arrived, was Officer Jakanga already there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and when you said you put up tape, is that the yellow crime scene tape?
This is yellow crime scene tape, yes.
Okay, and while you were at the location, did you canvass all the areas that were around?
They're
within the-
associated with that area, yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna show you State Exhibit 130. Now, Officer Jeffrey, in State Exhibit 130, if you look to your right of the screen, can you explain to the jurors what's in that direction as you continue to go down Bennett Street?
You went down Bennett Street up to the right, you would end up going to Peachtree Road.
Okay, and if you were to go the opposite direction in the complex,
To dead end,
to dead end,
yes.
are there businesses that surround or on Bennett Street that lead to the dead end?
Yes, down on the right.
And while you were at the incident location, did you, when you said you canvassed, did you look to see or check to see if there were any occupants that you could get any information from in that area?
Yes.
And were you able to locate or speak to anyone?
No, not at that point in time. Those businesses were closed.
Okay, and any information that you were able to gather, did you provide to the assisting detective as well as the lead homicide detective?
Just about, where we found shell casings.
Okay. And when you located the shell casings, were you doing that or with Officer Chikanga?
Yes.
Okay. And other than what you have testified about here today, did that complete your involvement in this investigation once the homicide detectives took over?
Yes, it did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Fagan, any questions for Officer Jeffrey?
Officer Jeffrey, none of your investigations provided any evidence regarding Tyree Blige, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Mr. King,
No question.
any questions from the jurors for Officer Jeffrey? Nope. Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor. Officer Jeffries, step down.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Appreciate it. Next witness.
They can call Ms. Sharon Blackers.
Remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. You may be seated. Please watch your step. And for the record, please state your name, spell your first and last, and your occupation.
Sharon Latners. SharonLatners. I am custodian of records for the City of Atlanta Police 911 Center.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to ask that you remove your masks while you testify, if you're comfortable with that, just so we can hear the important things you have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Say, good morning, Ms. Latners.
Morning.
Can you tell the jurors how long you have been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
32 years.
We're thankful for your service. And you said you were the custodian of records. Can you explain to the jurors what that is?
Custodian of records, I handle all the incoming, outgoing 911 calls and the CAD reports for the center. I handle all the court cases and I testify on all the cases.
And when you say CAD report, what is a CAD report?
CAD report is computer aid dispatch that gives you all the information from the 911 call and the dispatch calls.
And when you say dispatch calls, can you explain to the jurors, what is that?
Dispatch call is radio side for the police department. For the officer, when he's sent on a call, or when he advises his dispatcher that hold him out on the call. So that's radio, which is dispatch.
And when a call comes in or when someone dispatches the officers over the radio, is that recorded?
Yes, it is.
And how is that stored, or how are those recordings kept in the ordinary course of business?
It's kept in our NICE system and 24 hours a day.
And does the capturing or recording of these calls, are they automatically stored?
Yes.
And you said the system is called NICE, or you like the system, and so you're referring to it as being nice?
No, the system is called NICE.
Nice, okay. Do you also like it?
It does what it needs to do.
Okay.
Now, to go back to a CAD report, how is a CAD report actually generated?
The CAD report is generated by the operator and the dispatcher.
And are those reports also kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why?
Why they are kept?
Yes.
For the record, so when you subpoena me, you'll have that copy.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 128 and 129. And Ms. Latner, do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 128?
It's copy of the CAD report.
And is it the same CAD report that is associated with APB case number 191930251
Yes.
For July 12th, 2019?
Yes.
Is it that copy that in State's Exhibit 128, is it a very accurate copy of the CAD report that was generated for that case on that day.
Yes,
And then it states that 129, do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a copy of the incident that happened July 12th, 2019. Information on a person being shot.
Okay. And it states that 129 is a fairly and accurate depict of the radio traffic associated with the same case.
Yes,
And then you had an opportunity to listen to the recording that's contained in the states of 129 prior to your testimony here today.
yes.
This time around, the state pretender was to mark states of 128 and 129 evidence.
Ms. Fagan, any objection to states 128 and 129?
No objection.
Mr. King,
No objection.
both are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Levis, I'm going to show you states to 128. Can you tell the jurors when the first officer was dispatched to the incident location 2101 Fuller Street?
Well, the incident shows 02:34 hours. That's the time that the Capitol Police came over to a Zone 2 radio and explained that they had a person at the hospital shot.
You said what time?
02:34 a.m. hours.
2:34 a.m. is when the Capitol Police, do you know where the Capitol Police were located?
No, I don't.
Okay. Does the CAD report that you're looking at contain or show where the Capitol Police were located when the radio traffic was dispatched?
It advised that they was located at Piedmont Hospital in room 11.
And that was 2:34?
Yes, sir.
I will publish State's Exhibit 129. Let's try it this way. It's like
So,
different with audio. You plug it into this.
it should go from your device. And if you click when you're sharing screen, there's a little box in the lower left-hand corner before you say share. It says include audio. It works. Unlike the touch screen, I can vouch for this.
Right.
We'll see. It's not working yet, but it should. Civil attorneys got it.
I have a gunshot here that has been shot multiple times. Yeah.
Go somewhere. I can't understand any of your transmission. It's garbled.
Okay, copy. I'm gonna go somewhere I can speak to you more.
Are you waiting for something you know is
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
coming? Okay.
1207 G, I'll detect one.
All right, copy. You go ahead.
1207, I got a victim here that's been shot multiple times. One in the lower back, one in the leg. He's at Piedmont Hospital right now. He's trying to fight for his life. I'm not sure if he's breathing. He was shot at the Buckhead Loft. He got into a confrontation with a suspect, a black male. They got into it. They got into a verbal argument. They started fighting. Next thing you know, gunshots started ringing out. The victim's girlfriend actually rushed him to the hospital here at Piedmont with local friends and stuff. And so right now he's in the surgery room, but I'm not sure if he's breathing. They're trying to save his life right now. So that's what we have.
All right, you said the incident occurred at the Buckhead Loft.
So it happened in Buckhead Loft. There's shell cases over there in that area, but the victim is actually in Piedmont Hospital.
Detective Ladders. Detective Ladders, what we just listened to from is that we refer to where officers are communicating over the radio through dispatching with each other.
Yes, sir.
At this time around, the state is no further questions.
Ms. Fagan, any questions for Ms. Latners?
No question, thank you.
Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors? Seeing no arm movements, may Ms. Latner step down?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time. Next witness.
Crime scene tech. Gomez.
Raise your right hand, close your mouth. You swear affirm the testimony before the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Can you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Adlin Gomez, that's Adlin Gomez, Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez, good afternoon. If you don't mind taking your mask off while you testify, if you're comfortable with that, it'll help us hear you. Just make sure you get kind of close to that microphone so that your voice projects out. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gomez. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I'm currently employed as in Marshall's right now.
Okay, and
What?
As an LP investigator.
you gotta speak real loud, because
Okay,
the lady in the back, in the red, she's gotta hear you, okay?
okay.
So you said you're currently doing what at Marshall's?
I'm a loss prevention detective at Marshall's,
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
about 4 months.
And prior to working at Marshall's, where did you work?
At the Atlanta Police Department,
And how long did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
3 years.
Okay, and what did you do with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a crime scene technician.
Okay, and prior to working as a crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department, were you in law enforcement?
Yes,
Where?
the Hialeah Police Department.
And is that in South Florida?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you do there?
I was also a crime scene technician.
Can you tell the jurors what you mean or what a crime scene technician does?
They basically collect the evidence, process the evidence, preserve the evidence, and document their findings.
Now, when you say process the evidence, can you explain to the jurors what you mean by that?
Well, it depends on the evidence. I might dust for fingerprints or collect DNA swabs for DNA.
Okay.
Or that kind of stuff.
When you arrive to a crime scene, what is the first thing that you typically do as a crime scene technician?
I speak to the primary officer
And why do you do that?
to be informed as to what happened, and so he can show me around the scene.
Okay. And back in, on July 12th of 2019, were you dispatched to 2101 Tula Street?
Yes,
And is that address here in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County?
yes.
And why were you dispatched or sent there?
I was dispatched to a shooting.
And when you arrived at the location, can you tell the jurors what you did after speaking, or what you did first after speaking with the primary officers on scene?
I took overall close-up and mid-range photographs of the crime scene. I photographed the evidence and I collected the evidence.
And can you tell the jurors, was there a case number associated with the case that you had responded to?
Yes.
And what is that case number?
If I may refer to my report.
Would looking at your report help you, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, just look up when you're done.
It's 191930251.
Okay, so did looking at your report help refresh your recollection as to the case number?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall from your review of your report previously and today, what time you actually responded to the scene?
Yes.
What time?
4:02 a.m.
Okay. Now, you said you take photographs, overall close-ups of all of the evidence. Is that what you said?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 85 through 127. And I want to show you what's been marked in 85 through 127. You'll flip through those and let me know if you recognize.
Yes, I recognize them.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
Because I took the photographs, I recognize that I took them.
And the photographs in State's Exhibit, State's Exhibits 85 through 127, a fair and accurate depiction, the crime scene that you photographed on July 12th, 2019.
Yes,
At this time around in the state, and there was the mark, State's Exhibit 85 through 127.
Any objection, Ms. Fagan?
No objection.
Mr. King?
No, Judge.
Admitted.
Thank you. So, let's go on. I want to also show you, already been entered into evidence, State's Exhibit 1 through 84. Did you also take those photographs?
yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors your process when you're photographing a scene?
Well, I take overall pictures to show the location of the scene. Then I take pictures of the surveillance cameras. Then I take mid-range and close-up photographs of the evidence. And then I take mid-range and close-up photographs and also overall photographs of the evidence with placards.
Okay.
What, you said placards, what's a placard and what's it used for?
They're evidence markers. They're used to identify the evidence. They're put right next to each piece of evidence, so I know where they're located on the scene.
So in State's Exhibit. In State's Exhibit 85, do you see the placards that you're referring to?
Yes,
And when you were photographing the scene, did you just photograph within the crime scene tape, or did you photograph the entire area?
I photographed the entire area.
In State's Exhibit. Refer to that paper document because I can't see exactly where it is on the. 95. Or 94 is fine, States Exhibit 94 and States Exhibit 95. Can you explain to the jurors what that is a photograph of?
It's a photograph of a cartridge casing.
Can you explain to the jurors where you found, how many cartridge casings did you find?
9.
And can you explain to the jurors where on scene you found those cartridge casings?
They were found at about the middle of the parking lot.
In States Exhibit 87, and that's a touch screen, can you circle the area in which you found the shell casings? Do you need a better photo?
Can you can make the menu on the right go away by clicking on that black triangle. Okay. The way you get the touchscreen to work, if you swipe from the left to the right, on the left side of the screen, a little menu will come out all the way to the left. There you go. Did something come out?
Oh, yeah.
Then click on the pen at the bottom in the lower left-hand corner. Pen, yep, click on that. And then you can pick a color. Now you should be able to.
I'm kind of covering them there, but
It's
around.
in that general area where they all clustered together in the general area in which you found the shell casings.
yes.
Did you find any other ballistic evidence on scene?
I found a projectile.
And can you, what number which placard identifies the projectile?
Can I refer to my report?
If that helps refresh your recollection, and once it's refreshed, just look up.
It's placard number 12.
Okay, so did looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Where is placard number 12? As it on the crime scene?
It's more towards the back of the parking lot. You don't see it in that picture.
You can erase that red line. There's an option with that little menu that slides out.
Okay.
You did it. Thank you.
In States 118, Ms. Gomez, do you see placard 12?
Yes.
And while processing the scene, you said towards the back of the parking lot, did you find any other evidence of gunfire?
I found damages on 2 vehicles.
Okay. And do you see one of the vehicles in States Exhibit 118?
Yes.
And where was that vehicle damaged? You see that in States Exhibit 120.
That was in the rear windshield and in the front passenger window.
And in States Exhibit 123, does placard number 14 represent the damage to the passenger front window?
Yes.
Do you see the second vehicle that you located with gunfire damage?
Yes.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit 125?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors the damage that you found in the second vehicle? What color was that vehicle?
It was blue
Okay. And where did you find the damage in that vehicle?
in the rear windshield.
Okay. Did you find any additional damage on that car?
No.
Now, as the crime scene check that evening, you talked about taking photographs of the video surveillance cameras.
Yes.
Do you collect or do you even check to see if the video cameras are recording, or is that somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's job.
Okay. And you said you collect the items of evidence after you've processed or photographed the scene?
Yes.
And did you do that here in this case?
Yes, I did.
And after you collected the shell casings, can you tell the jurors what you did with those shell casings next?
I processed those shell casings for latent prints.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors how you processed the shell casings for latent prints? What's the steps?
I put them in a chamber and I fumed them. And then afterwards, I dusted them with black powder.
Now, when you say put them in a chamber, can you describe or how you do that? When I think of a chamber, I think of a large dungeon type situation. Can you explain that?
It's an enclosed plastic box where on a lid, I put acrylate, which is basically super glue, and I heat that and I close the chamber and the super glue lets out its fumes, and that allows latent prints to develop on the cartridge casings.
And after you do that process in the chamber, what do you do next? You said something about powder.
Yes, I dust them with black powder.
And why do you do that?
Because if there are prints from the fuming, the prints are whitish, and by throwing black powder on them, I'm able to view the prints better.
Okay. And after doing that, for this case, were you able to locate or identify any latent prints on any of the shell casings?
No.
In addition to the shell casings found on scene, did you collect any other items of evidence on the crime scene?
Well, I collected the projectile, a watch, and a debit card.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. After you process the shell casings, what do you do with them?
I packaged them and I sent them to the APD crime lab for them to be examined for ballistics.
And do you recognize State's Exhibit 131?
Yes,
And what is it?
they're the cartridge casings.
And are they the same cartridge casings that you collected from 2101 Tula Street on July 12th, 2019?
Yes.
This time you're on the state contender with the marked State's Exhibit 131 as evidence.
Any objection to states 131, Ms. Fagan?
No objection.
Mr. King?
This would like, do you open it up yet, or you just wanted to inspect it?
Is it sealed right now?
Yes.
Okay, we can open it if that's your request, Mr. King. We'll just make clear on the record that Mr. Abate is opening a sealed Exhibit 131.
I would ask that.
Okay.
Prior to doing that, Ms. Gomez, do you recognize on the front of State's Exhibit 131 your signature and date?
Yes.
And what date did you sign State's Exhibit 131?
July 13, 2019.
And is that the date that you took the ballistic evidence to be tested by the GBI?
Yes.
Right,
Well, I took them to be tested by the APD crime lab.
And after submitting them to the APD crime lab based on your training and experience, are the ballistic evidence been sent to the GDI test?
I wouldn't know. I just sent them to the crime lab.
That's all I have. Don't hurt yourself. Yeah, that's where you hurt yourself. I'll think. Thanks. Okay.
Object.
All right, 131 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. You said that you located a watch.
Correct.
What kind of watch?
I don't recall right now.
If I should use this exhibit. $97. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that the same watch that you collected or recovered on July 12th, 2019?
Yes.
And prior to, or in addition to collecting the watch, you said you collected a credit card?
Yes, a debit card.
And in State's Exhibit 108, placard number 7, is this the same credit card that you collected?
Yes.
Now, how long do you believe that you were on a scene that night? How long did it take you to process the crime scene?
I don't recall, but most likely a couple of hours.
And I should have asked you this in the beginning. Why did you leave the Atlanta Police Department?
I wasn't happy working for Atlanta PD, and I don't have any family here, and I wanted to move back home.
I guess the better question was, were you terminated?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Gomez, the marshals where you work or the district in which you work is back in South Florida?
Yes.
Okay, so you went back to Hialeah or the vicinity.
Yes.
Understood. Ms. Fagan, any questions for Ms. Gomez?
Yes, Your Honor. You said you found 9 shell casings, correct?
Correct.
5 of those shell casings were 380s, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that those shell casings were bunched together?
They were around the same area.
Okay, around the same area. And then you found 4 45 shell casings, correct?
Correct.
And those were around the same area too?
Yes.
Okay, and the 380s were closer to the hill, correct?
May I refer to my report? Yeah.
Did you work on the crime scene diagram with Investigator Bacon?
No.
Okay,
What hill are you referring to?
so do you recall that the parking lot you come down the hill to get into the parking lot?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, do you recall the location?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't recall that to get down to the parking lot, you have to go down a hill?
No.
Okay, did you view any video evidence in this case?
No, I did not.
Okay, okay, but ultimately you would agree with me that there were 5 380s, correct? There's 4 45, well, you have to answer.
Yes.
Okay, there's 4 45s, correct?
Correct.
And that they're both bunched together, correct?
Correct. They're both in the same area, but the 380 cartridge casings are how I numbered them. They're like one after another. There's a set of them, and then there's a set of 45s. They're not like scattered about.
And those sets are separate, correct?
They're in the same area, but they're separate.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. King, questions for Ms. Gomez?
No questions.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Gomez? Oh, may Ms. Gomez step down?
Can I have one follow-up on redraft?
Sure.
Ms. Gomez, based on your training and experience, at the time, seems that it's seen only as good as it's kept or and undisturbed.
So what do you mean?
Yes, you, prior to your arrival, did you have any control over whether the crime scene was tampered with?
No.
And a scene is only as good as
Objection leading, Judge.
is a scene only as good as how it is maintained?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Ms. Fagan?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. King? All right. Thank you, Ms. Gomez, for coming here all the way from Florida. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break now. It's about that time. I didn't want to interrupt mid-witness. We'll try to do it in an hour. You all can give me feedback if an hour was not enough. But if you could be back in 8H by 1:40, that would be great. There are places to eat outside the building. Inside the building, there are vending machines to cultivate. Unfortunately, we don't have a cafeteria in the building, but the deputies can talk to you about that. You're free to eat with each other. That's not a problem. Just don't talk about the case. No outside research. Don't hop on your phone or your Apple Watch to say, is Buckhead Loft open right now? Anything like that. No outside research. You've demonstrated, one question, how to ask questions if you got them. So that's how we'll scratch that itch. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you around 1:40. Mr. Abate, you've had lots of witnesses ready to go. Do you have enough to get through the afternoon based on the pace we've been going?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are we currently, I know it's early, but are we currently on the rough pace you expected for your presentation of the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything from the state we need to discuss before we take the lunch break? Ms. Fagan, anything from the defense? if you wouldn't mind checking with the family to make sure that 7th floor is working in terms of audio and visual and everything. I haven't heard that there are any issues.
Well, I think the issue is that they don't see us when we're here. They hear us, but that they don't see.
Okay, but I'm more focused on their ability to see and hear the witness, and hopefully that's what's big on the screen. So hopefully that's working. Okay, Mr. King, anything else before we break?
Two things, Judge. One, just wanted to renew the severance thing after co-counsel stated what she stated in the oath. Don't need to say anything else, but that's what we expected her to say. Specifically about at least 2 times, she referred to my client as being one of the shooters. Second point is during the state's opening, the state made reference to some, the jail call. And in the jail call, he spoke about what other people are gonna say, and I'm objecting on the front end to hearsay, because obviously I expect him to either wanna play the whole thing, or I don't know what else, but I object to hearsay to anything someone else said. Obviously, as a party, whatever he said is fair game. But what everyone else said on any jail call, I object to as impermissible hearsay.
Okay, as to your first point, I thought I understood you to say in your initial severance argument yesterday morning that you believe the defense from Ms. Fagan on behalf of Mr. Blige was going to be that your client was the shooter. And I did not hear her say that. She said the shooter, the one that matters, the one that fired the fatal shot, is Mr. Rivers, the former co-defendant who's been dismissed. So I will tell you, my concern about prejudice spiraled way down after I heard her say that.
I never said the shooter.
Okay, I may have misunderstood you, but either way, based on what I've heard, I am seeing less and less and less of an antagonistic defense. I don't disagree with you about gun in hand, not gun in hand, but in terms of the fatal shot being the shot to the torso, I'm not hearing at this point anything from Mr. Blige's defense that indicates that that was your client. Okay.
I understand the point. I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay.
I just want you to be clear that the argument has always been that Blige was one shooter and Head's one shooter coming from that side. Yes. That's what. Got it.
That I heard. There's just a third shooter too, and that's Rivers. And that was a little different. Mr. Abate, anything you want to say at this juncture? I don't know when jail calls will be played, if that's today, if it's later. I appreciate very much Mr. King flagging it now because I can do a little thinking about it. But do you have any thoughts about whether, boy, you need to redact calls so we only hear what Mr. Head says, which I don't think legally is the answer because you rarely just have these snippets of a communication where it's just the person. Usually you get the context in, but I want to make sure you have a chance to respond to that. And we could talk about it after the lunch break if you guys want to think about it during the lunch break, but I don't want us to lose track of that concern.
Yes, Judge. I agree with the fact that I believe the entire call comes in due to that context, but I can think further about it during the lunch break and provide any more information.
Okay. I'm putting it on my list of things to keep track of, but my question was, I said a lot. I should have first asked the question. Jail calls aren't the next exhibit through the next witness. Okay.
It won't be till probably late Thursday, sometimes Thursday.
That gives me more time to think about it. Thank you again, Mr. King. Excellent. All right, we are going to be on break. You all should be back in this courtroom a minute before 1:40, please.
You go back to me. Okay, I'll be in there too. Thank you. Do we do anything for you? Are you hungry? Do we even want to do anything for you?
I brought mine.
Okay, just making sure.
I mean, it had nothing to do with this. I'm very disappointed by
In me?
the lunch choice.
Oh, I was trying to tell you were trying to say you're disappointed in me. I was
No,
like-
I'm happy with you now. Why, how can I not be? How can I not be? With the, when I was in the district attorney's office, we had,
Here?
yes,
Oh, that
There's
page.
no, that was.
Oh, what, no
Nothing,
food?
everything shut down.
no, when I was there, it was a long time. Oh, and you know what? I'm assuming this is not an issue, but I do know her husband, his wife.
I had a feeling.
I know her very well.
Number 25.
I haven't
Okay,
talked to
I'm
that
out
woman
on this
since
one.
probably 2005, 2006.
Right.
But we used to be really cool in the DA's office. But the thing is, it was Harris, and that's why it didn't dawn on me. And I knew she was Kilpatrick, but it didn't really dawn on me. And then something triggered me this morning, and I was like, it was because he said Ty, and I just didn't know her as Ty. But her name is Tywanda. Her name is Tywanda,
That's right.
and it was Tywanda Harris. And so, and then I was like, man, I wonder if I know her because I was there at the same time. But anyway, the underground had
You said it's
about
not-
10 different places.
Yeah, now it's got nothing.
And then Mitchell Street had multiple places. Man, this place, man, people talk about how things have changed for the positive, man. Not right now.
All you got down here is Broad Street, which is not around the corner.
Hell yeah. I love Broad Street.
Yeah.
You go to Rubens, don't you?
Yes.
I love Rubens.
It's not convenient where to drive.
Say what?
It's not convenient.
No, not at all. I would go to Rubens if we had a long break. Me and my wife, we come downtown and get sandwiches from Rubens, Subway, favorite sandwich spot.
I miss Jack's Deli in Marietta.
Say what?
I miss dinner, we go to Jack's Deli in Marietta.
Oh, Jack's, yeah. I stop at Jack's sometimes when I go to Florida.
Used to be Kim Fry's Die Hard place.
No doubt. All right, man. Who you calling, man?
All of
I'm talking about this afternoon.
them. Kayla, maybe I can get.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three. Okay, so I see the lag.
Yeah, I'm glad, like, when you were here, like, asked him to stay, and the witness was small.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't see the issue.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to, do you have yours still up or?
Yeah, and the lag, it's not just that screen,
Mhm.
because I couldn't see that screen during his testimony. It was on my screen.
On yours too?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
wow.
it's wired stuff. If you
Okay.
want to, let me rotate my screen, you know, like, you can watch it while you talk.
Okay.
Because as I got you, when like, hey, the Wi-Fi, and that made a ton of sense. If the issue is the Wi-Fi, but when it lagged on my screen and Karen's screen is right in front of me, so he was saying, and the next thing I did, his mouth was moving.
Yeah.
This is all hardwired, so that's seemed like it might be something we could fix.
Yeah, and it could be, since the podium, that's the main audio and sound. So let me reboot the podium first.
Okay, that's fine. Because it's peculiar if the sound, but I guess we're hearing it more from his mouth than the system. But we're not, it's not that the audio isn't lagging. In other words, there's not an echo. He says, and then I went down the street, and then I hear in the speaker, because the speakers are here.
Yeah.
That's all aligned. His words and the speakers simultaneous.
Yeah.
It's the video, you saw it when you were talking. But it's the hardwired ones too, it's not just video.
But I think it is because the podium is not hardwired. The sound is there might be a lag with the sound there.
Okay.
Because everything in and out, as far as audio, comes through here.
Yeah.
And goes out.
Right.
And so the courtroom goes in and goes to Zoom. But it's on the wireless, it's not hardwired.
Okay.
Yeah, and everything in the courtroom that goes in goes to Zoom land. And it's on wireless.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to reboot.
Yeah.
And then rejoin the podium and just test it and see. That could be it. Yeah.
And then later we just need, I don't know if it's FTR or Zoom or what, but there ought to be a fix. Where there isn't quite so much latency.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And I'll check on that.
But I'm glad you visualized.
Yeah.
You'll be able to say, no, it's not McBurney.
Yeah. No. Yeah, but I'll check that for you. And so can you log in for me?
Yeah, I just lock the screen.
Yeah. Can you add devices? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll move this.
So what do you want me to do?
Just remove the podium for me.
Sure.
And I'll reboot, and then I can re-add it back.
Ms. Rowland sent me an email
Podium, just check. Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yes, a slight. like
It's
a
slight,
half
it's not,
second.
so I don't know how bad it is on the big screen. You can see it.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes, like a millisecond almost.
Yeah, it is closer than before the reboot. So that's a good approach but doesn't everything reboot once a day anyway?
Yeah, it does.
So I wonder if it's gonna build up. It'd be weird that it builds up over time.
Yeah. Let me check the controller settings and see if there's something additional that I can do. Because it has all the bars on the wireless. It has a strong signal.
Yeah.
But let me check, I'll check the settings on there.
Do we have in this and all the courtrooms, pretty good routers, medium routers, top of the line? So it's not
They've
like,
been pretty good.
boy, if we popped a new box up there, that would fix everything.
Yeah, they're pretty good routers.
Okay.
I haven't had any issues with any lag. Now, I've had some lag with, like I said, with the videos, having it on a thumb drive, the disc spinning.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I was gonna flag that at first because they were playing some audio, but they were having their own user error because he put in his thumb drive and said, hey, copy that over. But once he fixed his issue, you could hear it just fine.
Okay, yeah. So I'll check some of the settings on the Zoom.
Okay.
See if there's something I can adjust there.
We did have someone successfully use this.
Oh, was there? Okay,
Yeah,
good,
yeah,
good.
yeah, just good.
Now, would it be helpful if I put like a small little how-to?
I'll remember if all it was swipe over. I'll remember that. I instructed the next witness on this.
Okay, nice.
And then she clicked on the little pen and the thing came up. And she figured out how to erase it all by herself.
Oh, nice. Okay.
All right. You need anything else or you good?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'll just let you know what I come up with.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're coming back 1:30 though, right?
No, we're coming back at 1:40. I just
Okay.
wanted to give you
I got
enough
enough time.
time.
Okay,
If
good.
you showed up at 1:30, we'd be good, but
Okay.
1:40, we're starting back up.
Okay, thanks, Jed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, man.
Man,
Not much, man. You doing all right?
yeah,
That's good.
I'll be better when they come back for her.
Yeah. Then they gonna be done today?
Shit.
Oh, wow. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
This one stopped working yesterday, but it's all working again today, so. Yeah. Okay. Put it on the, day. So he put his and then I put my days, hey.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what is he supposed to do? No, I just also wouldn't tell, I mean, I probably,
You would tell me, but it's that one I can handle. You would tell me, I will.
what? I just didn't tell you.
No, I'm asking you to tell me.
Oh, will not be nice. Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, three, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Issues, man. No, I think it's this device because it's lagging just slightly because of the video. See if I have a hard one, I'll plug it up. An extra line to plug it into. It might help.
Like, I was watching the game on my phone and talking to my buddy on the phone. He's like, yeah, they just struck out. I'm like, hold on, let me hang up because they're the same. You won't tell me.
Yeah.
Watching.
Yeah.
But hey,
Yeah, that's different, man.
Hey, we're going to do the first response issue that we talked about before. Which video is that? I think we. Like 2 a.m. What's the perspective of the video? I mean, is it like? Okay, I got it. Is there anything? Yeah, the process of being tough. Not here, just like so you can try and. I need this. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah. Right.
No. I just want to take it.
I'm going to get a exact record.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is?
Just send me a picture. One of my questions. Yeah.
Two. No, they had, homicide out there.
Yeah.
One. One, two. That's not working.
It's in black and white and colors.
One, two, three, 4, 5,
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4. 4.
One, two, 1, 2, 3. See the lag?
Thanks. Chill.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Not really. I don't think they said. That's how you want to do it. Yeah. Turn it on if you got to do those. If you go on that, you gotta. Up here, it's off.
Okay. Static, maybe. No, thank you. Adam, so are you at 1 through 129A?
I think at 1:30.
Okay.
Because the board.
Oh, board. That's 130 board?
Yes.
Does anyone know how to get to the YouTube stream? Oh, wait, here it is. Is there a way to lock these meetings? At the bottom. Well, no, I keep moving it. Wait until the day they go to really push out and fall out. Give my Hulk juice. What comes in their bags? What comes in their bags? Do they get to keep them or no?
There's no change.
Mask in there too, that's good. Candy?
It's like one mask.
And you have everything? Oh, so yeah, so it doesn't affect you at all.
What's about that? What's it?
So.
No, can't change it. 6.
Hey,
Hey,
I'm assuming you're on that vendor case. Vendor? Yeah.
is that your?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Why?
He's a beach. He's got a lot going on. I'll have to send you some.
How did everybody, how did the other two get?
There's only one right now.
Okay.
It's TJ Alfred. He has a case, his only case on the indefinite release related to the 2017
Oh.
shooting. So, I mean,
That's why.
it's not really that into it, but he
Got it.
originally had one and we didn't really expose him to much more.
Good.
Okay. Really. Do you have, respect on that case? Okay, because I think it was shot.
I mean, I've seen, well, no, like somebody gave me it. Okay.
So we're not on the record. I don't know if any of you noticed, there's a little latency. When a witness is talking, you can hear and the mouth moves a little bit after that. So over the break, I had some tech folks in here seeing what they could do. You'll see a little less latency, but I acknowledge it's out there. You don't have to make an objection. They can't figure out why it's happening. Your next witness is ready to go, Mr. Abate. Hello, Ms. Convery. Great. All right, Ms. Rivers, you ready? We'll go back on the record. Mr. Abate, anything before we bring, are the jurors ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything before we bring the jurors in? Ms. Fagan.
Just one thing, on the Zoom, is the Solomon's family, are they testifying, whoever's watching that Zoom?
They're not.
Okay,
Good question. Anything else?
no,
Mr. King?
No, Judge.
Let's bring the jurors in, please.
Hey, they coming. Yep, they're coming. I gotta go.
You all can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good lunch break. I did not get to go outside. I hope it's nice outside if you went outside. We are in the midst of the state's presentation of their case. Mr. Abate, if you'd call your next witness, please. Mr. Rao.
Yes, Judge. I'll be handling Detective Bacon.
Detective Bacon.
You swear our testimony is now cultural section. Station name and spell it for the record.
Investigator T. Bacon, that's Bacon.
Investigator Bacon, if you're comfortable with it, if you don't mind removing your mask while you testify so that we can hear you better, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Rao, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Investigator Bacon. How are you today?
I'm fine, you.
Doing well, thank you. Investigator Bacon, can you tell me where you're currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
29 years.
And has that been throughout the course of your law enforcement career? You've been with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And where are you currently assigned now, sir?
A major crimes response team.
And what are the job duties of that team?
We work overnight and we respond to all Part 1 felonies, Part 1 crimes, in which we do preliminary investigations, which is passed on to like robbery, special victims, and so forth. And we also assist homicides on their scenes.
So if I'm to understand it, you're not the detective that necessarily follows through with the investigation of the case. You do the preliminary.
Yes.
Okay. And so with respect to the incident on July 12th, 2019, did you respond to 2101 Tula Street?
Yes.
Is that the Buckhead Loft?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is that within the jurisdiction of Fulton County?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you responded to that scene, sir?
We got a call from Zone 2 units advising of a person that was shot, and he was transported to Greater Hospital where he died of his injuries. And we responded to a direction of the lead investigator, S. Berry, to help with crime scene processing.
And was that at the hospital or at the Buckhead Loft?
Buckhead Loft.
Okay, so you did not go to the actual hospital?
No.
Okay, so when you responded to Buckhead Lofts, how would you describe the scene as you responded to it?
We got there, the scene was already secured with crime scene tape by the Zone 2 officers. Medical staff had cleared already, of course. So far as the other officers from Zone 2 were there, helped securing the scene and at perimeters at all four corners. And we, at that point, we started to process the scene accordingly with the direction of the lead investigator.
And so when you say process the scene, what was your specific function at this crime scene?
My duties were to sketch the crime scene.
Okay. And did you in fact sketch the crime scene?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 132. Detective Bacon, would you look at State's Exhibit 132 and let me know when you're done with that?
Yes.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 132, sir?
Yes.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
It's the crime scene drawing that I completed.
Is that a true and correct copy of the crime scene drawing that you completed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit and publish states 132 into evidence.
Ms. Fagan, any objection to states 132?
No objection.
Mr. King?
No objection.
Admitted.
Detective Bacon, give me one moment. I'm gonna share my screen with you. Looks like I was kicked out of the Zoom. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And so your crime scene sketch was about 3 pages, is that correct?
Yes.
This being the cover page,
Yes.
this being the actual sketch, and then the third page being the list of evidence that was collected. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And so looking at page 3, items 1, or I should rather say placards 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What are they indicative of, sir?
They are crime scene evidence markers showing the .380 caliber shell case. You want to identify them or just?
Yeah.
Okay. One is the .380 caliber shell casing. 3, 4, 5, and 6, all the same .380 caliber shell casing.
So 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are .380 shell casings.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what placards 8, 9, 10, and 11 are meant to convey?
8, 9, and 10 are 45 caliber shell casings.
Okay. And item 12, can you indicate to
Is
the
a
jury what that is?
projectile.
Okay.
From the weapon.
And in your experience in 29 years in law enforcement, a projectile and a shell casing are 2 different things.
Yes.
Is that correct? So what is a shell casing and what is a projectile in your experience?
The shell casing is the actual, once the weapon is discharged, the 2 are separated, and projectile is what the actual bullet leaves in the shell casing once it's separated, once it's discharged.
So the projectile is the thing that the item that's actually discharged from the firearm.
Yes.
Okay, and the shell casing ejects from the
Ejects
firearm.
report, yes.
So I'm going to, before I discuss page 2 of states 132 with you, I'm going to divert your attention to what's already been admitted into evidence as states 85 through 90. Okay, can you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm showing you states 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. I believe that those are the only photographs. So those exhibits, states 85 to 93, those are essentially the items that you incorporated into your sketch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 85 through 93, they're essentially different vantage points of the placards that were at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. So, and now diverting your attention back to states 132. Always having technical difficulties with Zoom. I apologize for that, sir. It's always taking me a minute with this technology. All right. So, page 2 of States 132, that's a diagram of the actual crime scene that we saw from States 85 till 93. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, you indicated earlier in your testimony that items 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 were the 380 shell casings. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And Judge, would it be all right if Detective Bacon would assist me in presenting?
Yes, although the touchscreen is alive and well. So if that's easier for you, you can do it however you want. But
That actually may be easier, Judge.
okay.
Okay, so I can't really zoom in from this angle, but from your screen, can you point and click on 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on there so that the jury can know where the 380 shell casings were found?
So for your finger to mark on there, if you'll swipe to the right from the far left of the screen, go to the far left of the screen, all the way to the edge of the screen, whole screen, all the way more, not the picture, all the way over.
Okay.
Yeah, and swipe towards me.
Okay.
And then did a little pen show up in the lower left-hand corner? You can take your finger out. See that? Just swipe and then let go. Let go. That pen down at the bottom left corner, bottom left corner.
Okay,
Tap
so
on that.
Really?
Tap it. There. Now, if you mark the screen, it should, like you draw a little circle around something. That should work. There you go. Great job.
So do
Yeah, and do it for
1, 3.
3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so that's where the 380 shell casings were recovered. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you notated that and depicted that in your crime scene sketch?
Yes.
Okay.
You
Now-
can change the pen color. One of the, I think if you click on that red thing, maybe it'll give you options. So you can do a different color for the other shell casings.
And earlier in your testimony, you indicated that placards 8 through 11 were meant to depict 45 shell casings. Would you mind circling that for the jury to observe on this crime scene sketch? So for the purposes of the record, red is 380, green is 45. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And item 12 or placard 12, that would be the projectile that was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you mind circling that? So Detective Bacon, I see that there placards 1 through 15 on your crime scene sketch. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so would that be consistent with all the evidence that was collected at the scene that you were able to document for the
Yes.
purposes of your diary?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in 29 years of experience in law enforcement, I'm assuming you've had the opportunity to respond to multiple different crime scenes. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience, when responding to those crime scenes, is the scene only as good as it's maintained by the time that you and the crime scene tech are there to process that?
Yes.
That's true even for the first responding officer that responds to the scene. The scene is only as good as he or she finds it.
Yes.
All right, Detective Bacon, I appreciate your time, sir.
Ms. Fagan, questions for Detective Bacon?
Detective Bacon, you arrived at 3:40 a.m. that day,
Yes.
and when you arrived at 3:40, that was roughly an hour and a half after the incident occurred.
Yes.
And when you arrived, you found 5 380 shell casings prepped,
Yes.
and you found 4 45 shell casings prepped.
Yes.
And the 380 shell casings were relatively close to each other.
Refer to the drawing again, and yes,
And the 45s were relatively close to each other.
yes,
So you would expect that wherever the gun that was shooting the 380 was close in proximity to the 380 shell casings, right?
yes,
And that goes the same for the 45, correct?
yes,
Now, on your diagram, do you recall there being a hill in this parking lot?
yes,
Okay, so would you agree with me that those 380 shell casings were at the bottom, towards the bottom of the hill?
they were at the bottom, well, yeah, it cleared the hill, yes,
Okay, and those 45s, they were at where the parking lot levels off, correct?
yes,
And actually, let's use this much. Now I'm showing you States Exhibit 130.
okay,
Let me stand over here. Okay, so can you show on this map, would you agree with me that the 380s were around here?
focus on the same, like,
Here, let me get you a closer. Could you please put this Wilson note around where the 380s were located? Now Peachtree's over here. Okay,
off right here. At the bottom of the hill, pretty much.
okay, and can you place where the 45 was? So you're saying that the 45 is actually closer to the hill than the 380?
I'm trying to, picture itself, but pretty much like this.
Okay, now, have you seen the video surveillance in this case?
No,
You have not seen the video surveillance? You prepared here, let me, actually, well, I'll keep. Do you still have this part of your report in front of you?
yes,
And in that part of your report, you wrote the distances between point A and point B?
yes.
Can he take a seat again?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Can you tell me where on States Exhibit 130 is your point A?
It's a little tricky with Post-its that are that big. I don't know if you've got smaller ones, given the size of that. Everything's gonna be on top of everything else.
Thank you. And I'm now giving you a replacement Post-it note for your 45 and 380.
It's hard to see the fire hydrant from here, you can see the composition.
Sir, can you repeat that, please?
I'm trying to locate the fire hydrant, which is point A, so I can see from the elevation position on the picture.
Okay. Now, you use your point A and your point B as where you're measuring from,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And are these in inches or what's your
It's
measurement?
46 feet, 3 inches.
Well, but the numbers
feet.
that you use, are they by inches?
10 feet, yeah.
Okay, so between the placard 1 and placard 8 is roughly 50 inches apart?
Packet 1 and 8.
Yes.
1 is 23. 8. Yeah, yes. Give us all yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the 380 and the 45 at the farthest points are around 50 inches apart.
I have to guess yes.
Okay, and you agree that the 380s came down the hill, correct?
Well, I can't determine that from everything was its final state when we got there. So to determine if it rolled downhill or not, I couldn't tell you that point.
Okay, and you never watched the video surveillance to see where the vehicle was parked?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're done or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. King, do you have questions for Detective Bacon?
No, Judge.
Any redirect, Mr. Rapp?
So Detective Bacon, you made a point where you said on cross that everything was in its final state when you responded.
Yes.
So in your experience in 29 years of law enforcement, responding to crime scenes, with the scene only being as good as it's maintained before you get there, if individuals tamper with the scene, does that affect your ability to accurately portray the crime scene at the time of the actual incident?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Fagan, any recross?
No, thank you.
All right. Any questions from the jurors for Detective Bacon? Thank you, Deputy. Counsel, if you would come with me, please.
Oh, Tyrone.
Tyrone, T-Y-R-O-N. Detective Bacon, one of the items that you identified by way of a placard, you referred to as a projectile. And in your testimony, you explained that's basically the bullet, the thing that comes out the barrel of the gun. Did you determine what caliber that projectile was that was found?
We couldn't at the time because it was, it had a it was already out of shape from hitting objects or either the ground or the victim. So-
Okay, so you weren't responsible. If anyone did, you weren't the one to determine what caliber that was. You simply could tell this is a bullet, a deformed bullet. Okay, great. Mr. Rao, any follow-up based on that? Ms. Fagan?
No, yeah.
Mr. King? All right, thank you, Detective, for your time. State's next witness,
They would call, Detective Teague.
Teague?
Yes, sir.
You swear or affirm testimony you shall give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State your name.
Investigator Jason Teague, City of Atlanta Police Department.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Teague, Teague.
Great. And Investigator Teague, if you're comfortable with it, I'd ask that you remove your mask while you testify so that we can better hear your answers.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Abate?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective Teague.
Good
Can you
afternoon.
tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I'm a detective / investigator with the City of Atlanta Police Department, which I've been employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department for 23 years. I'm a member of the city's Homeland Security Unit, and which my specialty is I'm an electronic surveillance specialist, which means I specialize in everything from video recording, video capture, electronic countermeasures, other known electronic surveillance methods, including wiretapping, body bugging, GPS tracking, the whole 9 yards.
Okay. And how long have you been assigned to the Homeland Security unit of APD?
I've been assigned to the Homeland Security Unit since 2007. I've been an electronic surveillance specialist since 2009.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about the training that you have received in order to be an electronic specialist?
Multiple classes at Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. We're trained to the federal standard on everything we generally do, everything from separate classes in video recovery, separate classes in IP camera networking, separate classes in video countermeasures, basic classes that we're dealing with video installs in vehicles, video installs in residences, even things as even like surreptitious entries training at these locations also.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors why this unit exists within the Atlanta Police Department?
We're a support unit. We support other units' investigations from narcotics, major crimes, homicide, robbery, ag assault, in helping them gather evidence and get their cases into court.
And as a member of the support unit, can you explain to the jurors how you or other members of your unit get involved in these complex investigations like homicides and big narcotics cases and other cases you just referenced?
Well, they call and request our services, our help.
Now, who's responsible with calling you? Is it the lead detective?
Usually the lead detective, sometimes the supervisor on scene, just depending on the circumstances.
Okay.
So, in depending, a lot of times, if they get there and they find out they have video and they have access to it, whoever the first one's there will usually make the phone call to me, even sometimes before the lead detective even gets there.
Okay. And were you dispatched or did you get involved in a case at 2101 Tula Street on July 12th of 2019?
Yes, I was. I was called to the scene.
And can you tell the jurors who called you?
Detective Barry.
And what unit is Detective Barry in?
She's a homicide detective.
Okay, and based on your recollection, because I know it's been a couple of years and I know you've pulled a lot of videos, is she the lead detective for that case or this case?
Yes.
Okay. And why was she calling you?
Because they had a homicide and they had video surveillance footage that they needed me to recover.
Now, let me just ask you one more question about video surveillance footage. Why is, or what is the process of pulling video from a video surveillance system?
Basically, it's basically a methodology that you have to learn. Some systems are different, but basically you look for certain things. You go into the menu settings, you look for settings like backup, export, and different terminology. And the majority of them let you set a beginning time and let you set a end time for video pulls, let you pick which channels that you can pull, and you export it to other media. Most of the time using external hard drives or either thumb drives.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
Then once you export it, you take it back and put it on your computer to make sure you have the footage that you needed off the system. If you didn't get what you needed, you go back and get more.
Okay. And why is this process specialized?
It's specialized for a simple fact. A lot of people really don't know how to operate their own systems. It's kind of like for the older ones of us in here, how a lot of people used to have VCRs that always blink 12 o'clock because nobody knew how to set the camera. So it's just, it's a specialized things. And when you're talking about these systems, there are literally hundreds of these systems out on the market. You have some that are standalone digital video recorders. You have some that are network video recovery. Network video systems where it's networked in through a video server. So there are a lot of them out there. So being that most major city police departments have sent technicians to school and we spend hours upon hours in labs learning how to pull video from these systems.
And did these systems that you come in contact with based on the unit that you're in, are they constantly changing?
Yes, they're constantly, like most technology doesn't stand still.
And because of that, are you constantly or continuing to get training and updates on your training based upon the changes in the video surveillance systems?
And in fact, due to our volume, a lot of times we call back down there and tell them issues that they might need to start teaching in class because we're in contact with it more so than a federal agent. We pull a lot more than the federal agencies do.
So you become the teacher?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about some of the complications that can occur with a VCR not setting the time and a blinking light.
Mm-hmm.
Tell the jurors a little bit about timestamps and how they can differ in footage and what the actual time is.
Different things can mess with the timestamp on the camera, everything from, say, a power outage, things of daylight savings times, or someone who went in and set up a time, mistakenly, thinking that, forgetting, putting something as AM where it should be PM. Different things can mess with time. And even I said power outages, say if a building has had some construction done to it where they've had to trip that breaker on that, where the DVR is plugged in at, that DVR could be out for maybe 1 or 2 different days, which could play with the timestamp on them. I've seen some systems actually where the DVR itself records only video and the timestamp itself is on the camera itself. So sometimes you have some cameras that go out and their timestamps will be even differ from another camera on the same system recording the same video. So you can run into a plethora of things with those.
And because of that, those plethora of issues that you can encounter, is that why it's important that you work or assist the lead investigator?
Yeah, ideally, the best way to deal with issues that like this is when you go to have the investigator who's the lead investigator watch the video or at least be with you while you're pulling the video. So you're getting the video that they want to mitigate issues like that.
Okay, so when you arrive to the Tula Street address area of Buckhead, can you explain to the jurors a little bit about the kind of systems you encountered that evening?
Basically, for the most part, they were standard DVR systems. The one at Tula Street, I remember this one specifically because it was in their little office of the nightclub. And it was like 20 feet off the air that I had to climb up this ladder to even plug in my thumb drive to. And it was, some of these areas get kind of tight and it's kind of nerve wracking to do it. Whereas the restaurant was fine. It was just in the back room up on just a ledge. You could just step up there and pull. And the same with the smoke shop.
Okay.
It's just whoever installs it.
Okay. Do you recall how many different, well, let me back up. Are there more than one building in this plaza that you responded to?
Yes, there's more than one building, but some of them are kind of connected, little funny, kind of like outdoor mall would kind of be connected. They have connecting walkways and things of that nature, but they are separate buildings, separated by parking lots.
Okay, and how many cameras or I guess video surveillance systems were you able to pull footage from?
I think for that one, 3.
Okay, and Judge, if he can step down at this point using Facebook 130.
However you want to do it, you can put it on a screen, you can use the board.
Okay. Mr. Rouse, hold it up. You want to step over here?
Sure.
Now, thanks to the 130, you said you pulled surveillance from the nightclub. And can you point to the jurors where the nightclub is in the video? And were you able to pull footage from the inside and outside of the nightclub? You referenced that you would pull footage from a restaurant. Do you see the restaurant on States of the 130 where about right here, the top middle of States of the 130? Do you recall what kind of restaurant that is?
Not really. It's a restaurant / bar. We weren't in there.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, this is tricky. Can we get the 130 on the screen or whatever this is, so he can just mark on the screen? That was sort of the whole point of the.
Yeah, I grabbed the wrong computer.
Okay. Because then he stays near a microphone. Must be tough having so many computers.
They all don't work. Now, Mr. Rouse pulling States of 130 up. From the sources that you pulled the footage from each source, did each source have, in many instances, multiple angles, so different camera angles?
Yes, they did.
And do those camera angles capture different areas of the parking lot?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now, in one of the camera angles, the restaurant / bar that you were just referring to, was the timestamp off?
I think the timestamp, by my recollection, the club and the restaurant timestamp was about the same, a little bit off. But I think the smoke shop was significantly off.
Okay.
It was one of those things where we had to go to smoke shop and Detective Barry had to watch it to see what was going on down there. So we knew we had it matched up. But you mitigate that by when you go to pull the video, you look at whatever the current timestamp for live view is, and then you just go back.
And did you do that in this instance?
Yes,
Okay. And did you do that with Detective Barry next to you or working with her?
she was next to me.
Okay. Now in State Exhibit 130 in front of you, can you point or draw on the magic board where the smoke shop is?
You tap the screen, just tap the
Okay.
screen for a sec.
All right, up here.
No, let go of the screen. See that pen down in the lower left-hand corner? Little
Yes.
circle?
Yes.
Tap that. Now, if you mark on the screen, it will mark whatever you mark.
I didn't, Your Honor.
It didn't?
No. Hold it again, try it.
All right, so make the little pen, okay, it's got a color, it should. All right, now just drag your finger somewhere on the screen.
Okay, see if it. It still didn't do it.
Maybe you've got like the low body temperature for that whole production. Try one more time. That red is the color, and is red the color, okay, and then just squiggle a line on there, because we can erase it, just, there you
Okay,
go.
right here.
Look at that.
Okay. So in front of, I guess that red dot.
Yes.
Okay. And then can you draw a another red dot or whatever color comes out as to where the restaurant is that you were talking about?
Right here.
Okay. And do you see to the, I guess would be my left, your right of your red marking? Do you see that alleyway where the white truck is in State's Exhibit 131?
This alleyway to the other side over here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to pull video surveillance from the restaurant, but from that angle as well?
Oh, you talking about up here? Oh, yeah. Yes, I was.
All right. So would you draw a dot there so no one's confused as to what alleyway we're talking about?
Yes, one.
Okay. And then would you, for the jurors, point where the Buckhead Loft nightclub is that you were able to pull the cameras from?
Right here.
Okay. Now, after you pulled all of the video surveillance footage with Detective Barry, did you provide her with all the footage that you pulled?
Yes, it did.
And have you had an opportunity to review all of the footage before testifying today?
No, I just looked at it just to see if I remember that's what the angles that I pulled. Generally, the pulls are kind of long, and the minute by minute, second by second watching is done by the homicide investigator.
Right. Have you had an opportunity to verify? I'm sorry, that was a bad question.
Yeah.
Have you had an opportunity to verify before you testified today that the angles or the video that you pulled were the angles that we spoke about today?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the state, well. State Exhibit 133, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And is this the same jump drive or storage device that you reviewed the video surveillance footage recently?
Yes, it was.
And was all the footage that you reviewed very accurate depiction of footage that you recalled pulling with Detective Barry?
Yes.
This time around, the state pretender was marked as State Exhibit 133 into evidence.
Ms. Fagan, any objection to states 133? Mr. King?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Wow. And Detective Teague, on your screen, can you tell the jurors which angle? As soon as I share my screen. That they are looking at here. Which building did this angle come off of?
This looks like the smoke shop angle.
You said the smoke shop?
Yes,
So that's at the top of Bennett Street?
yes.
Okay.
It kind of helps because the smoke shop is kind of uphill from the other businesses.
Okay. And then in States Exhibit 133, the angle that we're looking at. Here, is this the back alley?
Yeah, it's the side view from the restaurant.
And the angle that we're looking at now. Is this of the stairs that lead inside or from the entrance of the nightclub?
Inside footage from the nightclub because, more specifically, the nightclub was the only building that we pulled inside footage from.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is this also footage from the nightclub?
Yes, that's the front of the nightclub.
And then last. Is this an additional, well, on your screen? from the angle across the street from the restaurant. Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors what would cause video, if it's black and white sometimes, then it will come into color? Can you explain to them why some video surveillance systems or cameras do that?
Lighting conditions. Basically, most cameras, they have a kind of low light setting to them, whereas after it gets so dark, it switches to the black and white, because black and white video has a lower lux rate. Lux rate is, in video terms, basically the lightness of it. So black and white footage, you can actually see better in low light situations than you can in color. The more light you have, usually the cameras switch to color, just basically so during the daytime hours, you see better in color, but in low light conditions, black and white actually allows you to see better.
Okay.
And that's just the settings on the cameras.
So if you have a camera where it's nighttime and it's in black and white, and then it will switch to color and then black and white, why does it do that?
Anything can happen. Like sometimes you get enough cars out there, the headlights will trigger the cameras to have enough light to go back to color. A street light can pop on, things of that nature.
Okay. And after you pulled all of the video surveillance footage from the surrounding areas in the plaza, did that complete your involvement in the investigation?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
I give copies of everything to.
You did what? I'm sorry.
Give everything to Detective Berry for her to review.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Ms. Fagan, questions for Detective Teague?
In any part of your involvement in the investigation, did you do anything to investigate into Tyree Blige?
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Mr. King?
No questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Abate?
No, you're right.
Any questions from the jurors? Nope. All right. Detective Teague, thank you so much. Whoa. All right, next witness.
State called Javante Rivers.
Mr. Abate, if you wouldn't mind grabbing from the witness stand, the crime scene sketch is up there. Thank you.
Javante Rivers. That's JOVONTA RIVERS.
Mr. Rivers, if you're comfortable with it, I'm going to ask you to keep your mask down while you answer questions. You did a great job. It was very audible. So while you're testifying, you don't need to have the mask on, if that's okay. You can either have it down, just take it off all the way, whatever you're most comfortable with.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Rivers.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how old you are?
I am 28.
And can you tell them what you do for a living?
I work in a warehouse right now, but I do music part-time.
Okay, what kind of music?
R&B.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
About 7 years now.
Okay, and are you an only child, or do you have any siblings?
I have 4 other siblings.
Okay, and where do you fall in the line of your siblings?
I'm the youngest male, and then I have a younger sister under me.
Okay, and do you have a sister named Jakayla Rivers?
Yes, sir.
Where does she fall in line? Is she older or younger than you?
She's the youngest.
Okay. Now, how do you know, or did you know Solomon Smith?
I know him because he was the boyfriend of my sister, Jakayla Rivers.
Okay, and How'd you meet him?
I met Solo through my sister.
You said Solo, so,
Solomon, I'm sorry.
well, why do you call him Solo?
He's like my brother. That's just the nickname we call him, Solo.
Okay, so his nickname was Solo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did Solo work with you on your music?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that.
He started dating my sister, and like a couple weeks after, he decided he wanted to manage me and my music, and so I let him.
Okay. And how long had he been managing you?
I say about 3 months.
Okay. And have you ever performed at the Buckhead Loft nightclub?
No, not until that night.
Not what?
No, sir, not until that night.
Okay. And are you from Atlanta?
No, sir.
Where are you from?
I'm from Walton County, Monroe, Georgia.
Okay. Can you tell us where that is? How far is that from Atlanta?
It's an hour and 30, I want to say, might be an hour and 45.
All right, so help educate me. Is it south of Atlanta or is it up?
It's south. It's
towards Athens?
It's south. It's more country. It's south.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
I've lived there my whole life.
Okay. And did Solomon live with you?
Yes. From time to time, he did come and live with us at our house. Yes.
Okay. And you said you hadn't performed at the Buckhead Loft nightclub before that night.
No, sir.
Okay. And what night are you referring to?
July 12th. Before July 12th, I haven't been to Buckhead Loft.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors why you were going to the Buckhead Loft nightclub on July 12th, 2019?
Solo was managing me, and he had set up a couple showcases for me to do for my new single that I was releasing, and Buckhead Loft was number 2 on that list.
Okay. Had you performed your single prior to that night?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
At Club Oceans in Atlanta.
Okay. And from performing at Club Ocean, did you meet anyone that night that went with you to the Buckhead Loft on July 12th?
No, sir. I just knew Solomon.
Okay. Who did you go to the Buckhead Loft club with on July 12th?
All present with me when I first got there was me, my sister, Solomon, and Kiana Clark, his friend.
Okay, so let's unpack this. You, your sister, what's your sister's name again?
Jacayla Rivers.
Solomon. And you said?
My friend, well, Solomon's friend, Kiana Clark.
Okay. And how did y'all get there?
In my sister's car.
And do you remember what kind of car
it was? A red Nissan.
A red Nissan?
Yeah, I think it's a red Nissan.
And did you drive? Who drove?
Solomon drove.
Okay. And did you have shotgun or did you sit in the back?
I sat in the back behind the driver.
Okay. And who sat in the back with you?
Me and Kiana.
Okay. So that puts Solomon as a driver.
My sister is a passenger, Jacayla Rivers. Me as behind the driver, and Kiana was behind my sister.
Okay. And when y'all got to the nightclub that night, did you meet anyone there?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I met Solo's friends and cousins, female dancers who came to support, just random people who came to support my music.
Did you meet Kiara Cleot that night?
Yes, I did.
Had you met her prior to that?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you meet Rhea Thompson?
Yes, I met her that night too.
And what about Helen Abraham?
I met her that night too.
Okay. Did those three ladies, did they come separately from you?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all all go into the club together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you remember what you were wearing that night?
I had on a white MTV shirt with multicolors on the front of it. like a light gray pants, and I want to say white, red, and yellow shoes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to show you. All right, do you recognize where you're looking at in States Exhibit 133, Channel 11?
Yes, this is the entrance of the club.
Okay. Now. And so at 12:25:55 on July 12th, 2019, in States Exhibit 133, Channel 11, do you see yourself on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, so can you circle? That's a touch screen, so you can circle yourself.
What you need to do first is see that little pen icon, tap that, and then tap the color. All right, and now you should be able to circle yourself.
Okay. Do you see? Will you do me a favor? Will you erase? I can't, I don't have the ability to do it.
There should be, no, oh, that worked, great. I think also if you just tap, there's like an undo button in the future. It's that arrow that bends back. What you did will go away.
Okay. Now, do you see the young lady in the gray jumpsuit?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
That's Kiana Clark.
Okay. And if you'll, for the jurors, will you circle where she's at? Okay. Now, if we keep playing. Video. Do you see your sister?
Yes, sir.
All right, will you circle your sister? Okay, and do you remember what color hair she had at that time?
I want to say that's burgundy.
Okay.
Like a light burgundy.
Are they not letting you in? Why are you just standing there?
We're actually gathering the people who came with us who had flyers so they didn't have to pay to get in. And we were also getting patted down at the door by security. I'm sorry, but as you can see, Solo's in the corner talking to the guy. He's actually showing them flyers of me and my sister and stuff like that.
So I was going to point that out or ask you, will you, now that you pointed it out,
Yeah.
will you show the jurors where Solo is or Solomon Smith is on the video? Okay. Now, at this point, have you met up with Ms. Thompson?
No, sir, they're not there yet.
Okay. And while the video is playing, would you mind clearing it? Now, do you recognize, or do you know about this? Do you know any of the people that are in, you know, the guy with the white shirt with the black Nike swoosh?
No, sir.
Had you ever met him that night?
No, sir.
Had you ever met any of his friends that are standing around him? The gentleman with the Hawaiian shirt and the shorts on?
No, sir.
And what about the guy in the short sleeve black shirt behind him?
No, sir.
Okay. Are the only people that you knew or were acquainted with that evening when you went, your sister, Solomon, and Kiana Clark, who you had ridden with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever met Rhea Thompson or Helen Abraham or Kiara Cleot before that night?
No, sir. I only seen Kiara Clyde at the club before, but we didn't talk or interact or anything. She was just there.
Now, in the video now, who is the young lady who's in the red midriff and skirt?
That's Kiara Clyde.
Okay. And what about the female who's in a, looks like a spaghetti strap, cut off tank top and the black shorts?
That's Rhea Thompson. Sorry. That's rewind that. The one in the black, that's Helen.
Okay, so the lady you just described.
Yeah, that's Helen. The one in the white.
You go ahead.
The one in the white is Rhea Thompson.
Okay, so just so the record's clear and so it's clear for the jurors, the young lady who's in the cut off tank top, the black tank top and the black shorts, that's Helen Abraham?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then if you'll circle who you're referring to as Miss Rhea Thompson. Okay, so she is the lady who's in the all white.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after you guys meet up with Miss Thompson, Miss Abraham, and Miss Kiara, do y'all go into the club at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Doesn't look like that. And the individual with the black pants with the 3 white stripes, had you ever met that person before?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, while you are in the Buckhead loft, do you have any issues with anyone?
No, sir.
Do y'all have a good time?
Yes, we did.
Okay, do you perform?
Yes, sir.
And does the performance go well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how long would you say that you guys spent in the loft that night?
I'd probably say like an hour and some change.
Okay.
It wasn't long at all.
And after you performed, do you remember about how long you stayed after your performance?
I'd say about 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after those 20 minutes what you guys did next?
We got up, we proceed to leave. One song came on that Solo liked. My sister proceeds to give him a dance before we leave, and then we walk out of the club.
And when you walk out of the club, at this point, have you had any issues in the club?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in the video, you're not looking at anything. There we go. Do you see your sister's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you'll do me a favor, could you circle it for the jurors? And actually, let me do something better for you. So would you delete your circle? All right, do you see your sister's vehicle now?
Yes, sir.
All right, will you circle it for the jurors? Okay. And that's the red Honda, or excuse me, red Nissan
Yes, sir.
that you guys arrived in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as you guys are leaving the nightclub that night, did anything happen that sticks out in your mind?
As we were leaving, me, my sister, and Solo, we seen someone get hit against the car, and they kind of like fell on our car.
Okay, did you know that person?
No, sir.
And when you say you saw someone get hit, can you describe to the jurors exactly what you saw?
I saw a guy punch his girlfriend against the car, and she fell, and he kind of like turned around and walked off.
And about how far were you from that happening?
Say about 10 steps.
Okay. So in the video, can you see the girl who got punched?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you describe it for the jurors?
It was a white skirt, like a mini skirt with a white cut top that showed her stomach.
Okay. And with the video playing, is that what you saw happen that night?
Yes, sir.
And when the girl got punched and pushed into was it Jakayla's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors what y'all did next?
Solo asked her, was she okay? She said, yeah. He went to see if it was a dent in the door where she had hit her head at, and it wasn't. And so he was basically saying, you know, as long as there's no dent or damage done to my sister's car, that we were okay and we could all just go.
Okay. Now, tell the jurors the girl, did you know her?
No, sir.
Tell them what was her demeanor like. Did you get up pretty close to her?
She just kind of looked, she was crying because she got punched and she was kind of wobbly, but she was still walking.
Okay. So after Solo realized there wasn't a dent, can you tell the jurors what happened next?
Her boyfriend kind of approached, kind of aggressive, and my sister stood between them so they wouldn't get into an altercation. And
Between whom?
stood between Solomon and the guy in the white shirt who hit his girlfriend.
Okay. And you referenced him as her boyfriend. Did you Did you know, was it her boyfriend?
I'd assume so since they were leaving together.
Okay. And what does Solomon do after he's approached aggressively?
They kind of tense up with each other, and my sister steps between it, and she says, "We're not about to do this right here." And he just goes about his business. I think he walks towards the female's car,
Now, when you say he, are you
the
referring
guy
to?
in the white shirt.
Okay. And where does Solo go?
He stands right there with us in the front of our car.
Okay. At any point during this communication, is there any physical altercation?
No, nobody's touched each other yet. No.
Okay. And are voices raised when Solomon and the guy in the white shirt are talking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are they cussing at each other?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it's not a friendly conversation.
No.
And after your sister breaks this interaction up, where do you go?
I'm standing right there with them at the car, beside her car where she got hit at.
And what area or where in relation to you guys and your vehicle does the guy in the white shirt go?
He goes back to the female who he hit. He goes back to her vehicle.
Okay. And what do you remember happening next?
The gray vehicle that he went back to started backing up, and they almost hit Miss Rhea's car. And they start beating on her window, telling her to watch where she's going and slow down and that type of stuff.
So let's back up. You said they. So who's they? You said when the girl in the white, you said she backs out?
Yeah, she backs her car up.
Okay. And then who did she almost hit?
She almost hits Rhea Thompson's truck.
Okay. Now, where is, so we're not looking at it. Okay, in this video at 2:14:41, where do you see, or it's channel 5 of the video surveillance, where is Rhea's truck in relation to where you and the gray car are parked?
It's over to the side.
So in the video that's being displayed in States Exhibit 133, where is it in relation to, do you see the tree in the corner of the screen?
Yes, sir. It's right in this area.
Okay, will you circle where it is? There you go. We're just a little delayed. Now, mouse won't stop. Judge, can we take a quick break to address? So it's moving on my screen, but then it's moving 15 seconds later on the Zoom screen. So I can't stop it. I'm having an issue stopping and starting it where it needs to be stopped and start in order to ask the appropriate questions.
We can pause, but we're not going to be able to fix what you're experiencing. I tried over lunch to do that. There is a latency for some reason between, you may notice it when witnesses are testifying, their mouth moves a little bit past us hearing their words.
So with permission of the court, can I plug into that screen so the jurors can see it?
So that will require a break because I'll let you try that. I don't know that that will work.
I did it last night.
Well, then it probably does. Is it quick? I mean, can you just go do it?
Mhm.
Okay. Will Mr. Rivers be able to see on his screen what you're putting on that screen?
No, Your Honor, can you have permission to step down?
We'll try that. But if he is hard to hear, then we'll have to stop that and come up with a different approach.
Okay. So, Mr. Rivers, if you'll come with me, that means you gotta keep your voice way up. This is what I'm realizing is I'm gonna plug straight into the HDMI outlet, so it'll play here.
Yep.
It's not gonna play on everybody else's screen.
Right. So that's going to be complicated. All right. Why don't we take our afternoon break? It's a little earlier than I thought we would, but we're at a good technical break point. So ladies and gentlemen, be 15 minutes-ish. Deputies will take you to 8H where you can relax, do your thing. And we'll try to get started before 3:30 if we can, but we'll see what happens technically and how ready you are when the deputies come to get you. Please don't talk about the case or do any outside research during your break. Mr. Rivers, if you could come back to the witness stand here. Great. You all follow the lieutenant. Yeah.
But I don't think it's proper for him to tell me when all this time.
So, hey, you don't control this. Thank you. Mr. Lewis, you and your client can be out there until it's time for you to come back in. Thank you. All right.
That's 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'd make it 14. Okay? All right. All right, Mr. Abate, anything else before we break? You are gonna try to, well, we'll talk off the record about tech in a minute. Ms. Fagan, anything before we break? Oh.
There's 4 that's locked in.
Thank you. Are they gone?
Not yet, sir.
You need a key to that door.
He's in rough back.
Why did he not get everyone at once?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. You can sit down if you want. You don't have to stay. You're welcome to stay standing. All right, by the time you go and get it. Right. It's a question for you, Lieutenant.
You go ahead and close the door.
All right. Ms. Fagan, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
No, Judge.
One thing for you, Ms. Fagan and Mr. Blige, I want to encourage you guys to continue to communicate. You're going to need to do it more quietly. It's hard for the court reporter to hear what the witnesses are saying. If you want to switch so that Fagan and Blige are on that end and King and Head don't object to that, you'll be further away, but your stage whispers are loud. So keep it to handwritten notes or lower voices. We'll go off the record. Folks can circulate as they see fit. But I need you to explain what you're trying to do so that I can understand it. And I need to fuss at our tech folks some more too.
So I know you understand what the issue is in the sense that I literally can't even click to stop because the mouse is so delayed from the Zoom and what I'm actually seeing when on my screen, if that makes sense. When I go to share it, my mouse is moving on my screen, but it's not moving here.
Right, but does it stops it on your screen?
It won't stop it on my screen either.
Okay.
So now I understand we probably can't do this. So what I did last night, because the Zoom link expired, I plugged I had an HDMI cord. I was able to plug my computer directly into that Mondo board or whatever it's called.
Sure.
And it worked perfectly. Now I understand that creates logistical problems for people who are on Zoom as well as the other people.
Right, well, and the defendants would have a right to see what was on the screen, and this is important stuff. So the lag somehow affects your machine too? Hey, LT, make sure you got all 14 next time.
I know.
Woo!
They went inside the jury room.
Oh, they took a wrong turn. Okay.
It was.
You can't even, it's not that you're stopping it saying, great, this is where I want to stop it, but it keeps playing and it's stopping at the wrong spot. It's you can't even control it.
Correct. The mouse wouldn't even move towards the end.
Okay. Have you tried it with a different machine? You don't think it's your laptop. You think it's somehow it doesn't make sense to me that you would lose the ability to control from your end.
I can try again. When I asked to plug in there, I don't know if it was because the sharing of the screen is overwhelming to this computer in the sense that it's sharing the screen and it's.
Here's another issue that I've had explained to me is what you're sharing on a remote drive or is it on your hard drive?
Put it on my hard drive.
Okay, that's an improvement because they said, look, if you're trying to do something off a jump drive or a thumb drive, that'll lag it. If these guys want to take a break, they can take a break. It's up to their lawyers whether they stay out here. We're not talking about the case. We're just technical stuff.
I need to take question breaks.
Go for it. No, I'm not asking anyone to stay in here now. This is, I'm trying to troubleshoot this. So you've got it on your hard drive. I'm not getting why your computer won't respond to you. I get it that there's a lag, and our tech folks can't explain that other than everything pushes back to that computer on the podium. That may be plan B is, well, but you can't control it if it's on the podium computer.
Let me try sharing my screen.
I had the same issue.
In Judge Ellerby's courtroom or wherever you were.
Yeah, Judge Ellerby's.
Okay.
It was the same issue where it was slowing down my computer. I don't know the extent that it was performing a lag that it's doing now, but it was definitely a lag in my computer when I was trying to utilize it for showing video surveillance. I had the same issue.
Right.
And that one, I was using an external hard drive. It's just the file was too big to put on the hard.
Yeah.
But it just seems to be an issue when we're utilizing Zoom as an evidentiary tool. There's going to be some latency that may at times hinder our ability to effectively.
Right. And did you develop a workaround or you were just stuck with that problem?
There was nothing to do.
Yeah. And Mr. Abate, you were hoping to be able to stop, start, as this witness and others will be narrating, this is what happened here, this is what happened there.
Yes, unfortunately, the whole case is the video.
Yeah, it seemed to work at first, or you were getting lucky, or it slowed down.
It worked at first, and then it kept, but there was always a lag.
Yeah.
Then it's got to the point where it wouldn't hit play and nothing was happening.
I thought I saw that on the screen that you were hitting the play button, and I was saying, boy, you don't know what you're doing, but you do know what you're doing. It's not talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me see if I can get some of our IT folks down here so they can see it. They need to see it so they can say, yep, it's a problem, but at least then they can be working on a longer term solution. I don't know what to suggest as a shorter term solution. Maybe they could wire stuff up where it's not Zoom. But we've got the issue of public access as well.
Go over the meeting, stand by, you're ready to go. You already be there. Just go right. Come back soon. Go, leave there, go straight to the meeting.
And so the issue is currently understanding.
He's been instructed not to talk about.
They are talking about it, so
Yeah.
They can talk if they're not talking about the case. Hey sis, how you doing? I miss you. That's okay.
I would like to question their discussion.
That's fine.
That's it.
You're free to do that.
Thank you, I was just laying out another.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like a friend by friend button that you can put to
So tell me, you're just playing straight from your computer, not from the actual evidence that you're admitting?
Same thing.
Right, no, totally
Yeah,
understood.
I just dumped it on my computer.
Yeah, no, totally. My question being, so I need to be just going through my discovery on and zooming. That's how we're doing all of the exhibits? Okay, got
Because, like, when you use the external, it moves even slower.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
When the whole stop starting shared.
Yeah, no, I understand, sorry. It's almost easier with the Elmo.
Right, Elmo always seems
Elmo's
like,
great.
yeah, the solid state just projects it.
Yeah. And now Elmo's can hook up to videos and everything.
Yeah, we have one in here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be back in about 5 minutes.
So there's like a very long you can theoretically.
So basically, yeah, a bunch of still shots.
Yeah. It's kind of janky. What is
No, I'm not going back. We were fortunate yesterday to have staff, today we just pulling it, but something like this, we need 3 people.
Did you look at another?
So, yeah, we need 3 people. On the Robinson case,
Oh,
this special grand jury.
yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it may come back to the true bill against the marshals.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's May Jean just called me to go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What's up, man? Not ready yet. Bring back.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this problem out, so they're gonna get a slightly longer break.
Okay. They're gonna get them to get the, go ahead and get it. What's that? I said, okay, we're not gonna get them to go ahead and get it. All right, we good? Just sit back and relax. Hold on. There you go.
Don't get too comfortable.
And so the issue is that's the issue. So,
He's gonna go over there and get rid of it.
pause.
Let me know, be ready. Carlton's coming back.
Maybe the original. Or just me, copy. It's just video. So like, watch the screen and then I'll do the same. I'll say this. Sure. Also.
One now. Go ahead. Breathe.
What is this time? Later. No, it's a That's not.
Dude, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Ooh.
You have to switch from media a little bit. And then you guys.
Like I can zoom. I can't zoom. But that zoom is so sweet.
Like we have a Mondo board.
Oh,
You
that's
can
cool.
do that. But he.
Only appearances like these, my brother. Nope, only appearances like these.
No, you can't.
I ain't not.
It is with normal.
Nope.
You make it. I think that's the problem. Is that there's too much going on. No. Where's the new technology? Where's the new technology? Where's the new technology? It's that the county's got hundreds of millions of dollars. They could get us interactive, I mean, a whole interactive wall.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because the problem, I know what's going on here. It's, you have to start the clip, pause, then you have to go back into the Zoom, maximize it, share the screen, then hit play, and then maximize the screen. And so these laptops are not, they're not built for that. Yeah, I mean, and for all of us, the video is real important. We all have different perspectives.
Did you all come up with a workaround? I see you have a DA tech person here.
The only workaround was to do frame by frame where you have to hit, just do this.
Yeah.
So the issue for me is it's hard to continue to press on it and be able to interact with the witness.
Yep, it's imperfect. I've sent an email to our tech folks. You can see they're not here yet. But we need to keep going. So I'd leave it to you as to how you want to work it, whether you maybe play a longer segment and then have your witness reflect back on that longer segment, because it's not that it won't stop and start, it's that you have no fine tuning.
Right.
And so you may end up playing 14 seconds instead of 4 seconds. But the video is visible, and the jurors are able to see what's being played. You just won't have the precision that you were hoping to have.
Do you know the way to keep the screen shared? So I think part of the problem is you have to hit the clip, then you have to hit pause, then you have to bring the Zoom back up to share the screen, to then go back to hit play and then maximize the video footage.
So I can speak only from like PowerPoints, but you share the screen, but on your device, you can manipulate the PowerPoint. You can move it along. So you may want to have your IT partner here show you. You shouldn't have to keep resharing. You should be able to share the screen before you ever press play, and then you're starting, stopping, all within the share feature. You've been diving in and out of sharing more than I thought you would need to, but that could be because of your frustration and experience with the lag. So maybe you want to have your colleague stick around for a sec for your next few questions with the witness. All right. All right. We are, well, let me make sure. Ms. Fagan, if we start to have the jurors work their way back this way, are you okay with that? Mr. King?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when you're playing this, you see this can't be here at the top.
Okay.
So
I don't know what this is.
Judge, you see at the top of this, it says head backing out. This is, I'm assuming this is from your computer because I know that you wouldn't have it labeled on the exhibit. So, I mean, I don't care which computer you use, that label can't be there.
Okay, look at that, it's gone. But I agree, you need to make sure if they're file names that you've applied for ease of access for you, that's not, it flashes up for a second, that's okay, but that needs to not be what stays on there. Someone from our IT team is here if you want to demonstrate the issue so that we can at least log it. So, George, what we're finding is, I tried to make it clear in the email, because of this lag that I know you've heard about, that mostly we've seen when a witness is talking, so no video or anything, witness is talking, his mouth moves a few milliseconds later than we hear the words here in court. It's magnified when we're playing video. So just let one roll, Mr. Abate, and then show us what you're running into. Of course, it'll work now that George is here. It won't. It hasn't been working at all. So the video is going to play. There's the video. And then
Seems like the lag is better.
well, I wonder, were you zoomed in? You had that, you manipulated it some way where you, so zoom in, maybe that's part of the issue. Because maybe if you don't zoom, you don't run into that issue.
When you first share the screen, you check those two boxes on the bottom left, optimizing the sound and video.
Well, there's strike one.
He's talking about like when you share your screen, you can see it. So we're zoomed in now. See if the lag is still present.
Yeah, gotta go full screen, so the editing's gone.
So now we're kind of zoomed in, hit play. Pausing. Is there a lag still?
Just like pausing.
Okay. Can you unshare screen and then share again so that George can show you the buttons you want to check when you do it?
Share screen. Make sure you have those two checked.
Still, they can, so it seems like. Well, I got this, where's this one?
Well, looks like you unchecked that box, so check, go back and check the other box.
No, the only thing I did, is there is no sound in this video.
Okay, so you just unchecked the sound?
Yeah, and I still, I optimized it. It looks like I can.
Yeah, whatever we've been doing has been less good than before. It's getting some weird feedback. But there are no microphones on anything. So what I think we need to do basically is have your colleague run it, because that's worked well. When we did what George suggested about clicking that box, it was less good. Abate should be about 100 feet from the computer.
Judge, the other suggestion I have is maybe physically plugging a laptop in, I don't have a cable down. But I see there's an Ethernet cable under here.
So it would be, rather than Wi-Fi, it would be direct Ethernet. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind getting one, we'll try that as well to see if it improves it.
All right.
Okay.
In about 10 minutes.
That's fine. We're going to get started, and you should feel free to come in even though the jurors are here, and we'll see if we can do it on the fly. All right? Great. So let's please get the jurors. Oh, they're there. Yeah, I didn't know they were here. I was going to say, once we were getting them, we could bring the defendants out. Great. Certainly defendants first. I just thought the jurors were still in 8H.
Something now more got to jump on us. He took the initiative. He took the initiative, Judge, to go ahead and bring him up.
Thanks, Sergeant. We're just trying to fix this technical stuff. Yeah, Mr. Rivers, you can come on up and get back in your favorite spot.
Sorry, when you bring him up, I'm going to 6J for the grand jury. I think they got a decision. Okay. This is it.
We are. Thank you.
All right, to the jury.
Thank you, Sergeant. You all can be seated. Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Thank you very much.
You ready?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do our best to resume where we stopped. Hopefully you had more than enough time for your break and you've got your masks back on. We still have Mr. Rivers on the stand. We are trying to work through some of the technical issues that our evidence presentation system has presented us with, and we'll see how it flows. Mr. Abate?
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Mr. Rivers, let's see if we can get past my user error and figure out how we move forward. So I believe the last question we left off, you were describing to the jury the area where Miss Reyes' truck was parked.
Yes, sir.
So if you will, while we've got the screen paused, will you circle the area where her truck is parked? Okay, and in relation, I'll circle where your sister Jakayla's car is. Okay, so if you'll clear it for me. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna play this one through, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions after it's played, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. River, whose car is backing out on the screen right now?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, we go to the next video. We go to the next video. Yeah, like that. We gotta make this. So, do you see the vehicle? I know. All right, so while they work on unsharing the screen, do you see the girl in the white who's driving just almost hit Miss Thompson's car?
No, I don't physically see it.
Okay, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing, slow down, watch where you're going.
Overruled.
I continue. Oh, I just hear people saying, watch where you're going. You almost hit her car. You need to slow down. Right, that type of stuff.
And what do you do next? You direct your attention to where you're hearing the yelling?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And what do you see? Well, first off, where do you turn to direct your attention?
I look behind my sister's car where we're parked and where they're actually pulling out to leave out the exit.
Okay, and who are you with?
I am with Solomon and my sister at this time.
Okay, and what happens next?
Helen proceeds to beat on her window as she's trying to pull off, screaming, you know, you almost hit her car, you almost wrecked her car.
Okay, and just to make sure the jurors know who you're talking about while we will fix the screen, describe what Helen was wearing.
She was wearing short black set, short top set, spaghetti strap, and it had like racing stripes around the edges of it.
Okay, and what was the first thing you said? Short
shorts, like
shorts,
biker
okay.
shorts type thing.
And what is Helen doing near the vehicle?
She's beating on the window.
Okay, and if you watch what's in State's Exhibit 133, Can you see Helen beating on the window? If we hit play?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where are you?
I am standing on the other side of the wood where this shadow figure is here. Wait 1 second. I'm standing right here in that area.
Okay. So you're kind of in front of the vehicle that's pulling out?
Yes, sir. If I'm not mistaken, yes, sir.
And do you see the car that's in front of the vehicle that's being driven by the girl that you described in the white mini skirt and midriff top?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who's in that car?
I do not.
Okay, is that car with your crew?
No, sir.
Okay, so after Miss Helen is banging on the window, and tell the jurors, is she just tapping or is she banging hard?
She's banging hard. She's
Okay.
punching it.
And while she's banging on that window, what are Miss Thompson and Miss Kiera doing?
I think Kiera's was just standing around with me. I think Rhea was assisting her with trying to stop her from backing up.
And are you saying anything?
No, sir. I'm not saying anything. I'm watching.
Is Solomon saying anything?
No, sir. He's not speaking at this time either.
So what happens after Miss Helen starts banging on the vehicle?
The guy in the white shirt with the Nike check, I think he gets out the passenger side and runs around the back of the car and swings on Helen.
And is this the same guy that had swung on the girl in the white midriff and the white?
Yes, sir.
The one
Yes,
who
sir.
fell into Jacayla's car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he connect with Helen?
Yes, sir.
And if you'll clear the screen for me. As you're watching the video on State's Exhibit 133, after you see Miss Helen get punched, will you say stop?
Stop.
Okay. Will you circle now where Miss Helen is? Okay. Will you clear my screen for me? So after Helen gets punched, what do you do?
I'm still standing there at this time. I can't see that clear on the other side of the car, so I didn't know she had actually got hit at that time and made contact. I just seen him running around the back of the car. I only knew she got hit by her eye when I seen her eye.
Okay.
Mr. Rivers, just so I'm understanding where you would be, if this wood post wasn't there, we could see you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, you said you saw the man with the white shirt and the Nike swoosh.
Yes, sir.
You said he gets, what you think, out of the vehicle, and where does he run to?
He runs to the front of the car. I think it's the front end of the car, and he runs around and hits her.
Okay. Do you see him place hands on any of the other females?
No, sir.
Okay. After you see him running around, what is Solomon doing?
He's running to their aid. He runs around the car.
And do you see him run by you?
No, I didn't see him run by me.
Okay. When did you know, or how did you know that Solomon ran to their aid?
My sister screamed, "No, Solo, stop."
Okay. And then what happens next?
They get into a confrontation, fighting and scuffling around the car.
Who's they?
Solo, Solomon, and the guy in the white Nike shirt.
Okay. And are they punching each other?
Yes, yes, sir.
And does anyone else get involved in this physical altercation?
I don't know, sir. Not that I could see. No.
Do you get involved?
No, sir.
All right. What happens while Solo and the guy in the white shirt are fighting?
I'm basically spinning around in a circle. I can't tell who's with me because it's dark, so I don't know if it's my people or not. But I'm telling people around me to chill out. You know, y'all chill. On their end, a guy who came with them was in front of me as well, and he was pretty much telling me, you know, he's not trying to fight. He's not trying to do any of that. He's trying to get them so they can leave as well.
He's trying to get who?
He's trying to get the guy in the Nike shirt and all of his friends who are out there together so they can leave as well.
Now, do you remember what that person was wearing?
No, sir.
Okay. So what happens then? What do you do?
After that, I see Helen. I look over at Helen and she's dazed. Like one of her eyes are kind of shut from being hit in it and it's watery. So she can't open it. And she's kind of, wobbly and she has a gun in her hand.
So do you know, so when did you see Helen first with the gun?
As Solomon and the guy in the white Nike shirt are fighting. And as soon as I'm done having the conversation with the other party's friend about them leaving too, I turn around and I see Helen with a gun.
So, hey, please look at the screen. So, does Helen have a gun now?
I can't tell, but I don't think so. I don't think she has the gun at this point.
Do you see Helen?
I can't say. It's kind of fuzzy from the white lights on the car.
Do you see Helen now?
Yes, sir.
And what did Helen just do?
She just passed me a gun.
Okay. And who is standing with you and Helen?
Rhea Thompson.
Okay. And this is when she passes you the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is Helen, when she passes you the firearm, anywhere near Solo or the guy in the white shirt that are fighting?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you do when you take control of the gun?
I ask her, is it hers and is it registered in her name? And she responds, yes. And I just go ahead.
So you asked her, is it hers and if it's registered in her
Yes.
name?
Yes, sir.
Before taking it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you know, that sounds a little silly, right?
Yes. Yes, sir, I do.
So in the time that while all this fighting is going on and before you take the gun, you ask her, is it registered in your name?
Yes, sir.
And is it yours?
Is it yours?
Okay. What do you do after that?
I turn around and I look around me and I see everybody like running around, scattering and whatnot. And then I hear shots.
Okay. I got to back up for a second. Why do you ask her that?
Why did I ask her, is it hers?
And if it's registered in her name?
Because I have people in my family who have firearms and they're all registered and in their name. And I know from being around them that if you have a firearm that's in your name and registered, that you can carry it on your person and out in the public. So that's why I was asking her, is it hers? And is it registered? That means it's not a hot gun.
If she would have said no, would you have taken the gun?
No, sir. No, sir.
So you take control of the gun and what do you do with it?
I just have it by my side, watching to see who is around me in my circle that I can see, and I can't see anyone. I hear like 3-4 shots go off, and I proceed to shoot inside the air. I shot inside the air while I ran around the car to dive in it. Really.
At any point prior to the shots being fired, are you pointing the gun at anybody?
No, sir. I don't. Not that I can recall. No, sir.
Okay. And you said you shot in the air?
Yes, sir.
You remember how many times?
I want to say three or 4 times, but I want to say 3.
And why did you do that?
I was scared. I had my little sister with me.
Okay.
Just scared.
And tell the jurors what was going through your mind when you shot the shots in the air.
I didn't know what direction it was coming from. I had people standing around me, so I couldn't aim or anything like that. I couldn't see. I was just basically scared, and I was just shooting in the air, hoping that the people who was around us would scatter, disperse.
Did you want to leave?
Did I want to leave? Yeah, I wanted to leave.
Was that time when you're out in the parking lot, Was it chaotic?
Yes, very, very.
Did you hear any additional shots after, you said you heard how many shots?
I heard like 3 or 4 shots go off before I shot.
Mhm.
I heard my 3 shots, boom, 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 and then I hear like 2 extra shots go off, but that was a little bit after all the shooting and stuff had went on.
Okay. Go to the next. While the shooting's going on, do you know where your sister is?
No, sir, I actually don't.
Do you know where Solomon is?
No, sir, I did not know.
After you heard the initial shots and after you shoot, what do? Do you try to take cover? Can you explain to the jurors?
I dove in the car, like I opened my car door on my side and I kind of like arched down in it a little bit until I heard it stop.
And when you say you open the door on your side, are you talking about, did you open the driver's side door, the passenger door? Which door do you open?
The driver's side back door.
Okay. Now, do you see the person getting out of the vehicle? Do you know that person?
No, sir.
And do you see the person that is to the left of the vehicle walking down with him?
Yes, sir, I see him.
Do you know that person?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know that they were coming down the hill?
No, sir.
Do you see yourself shooting in this video?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what do you see yourself get into the front seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I jumped in the front seat. At that point, I was looking for Solo. I got in the back seat thinking that he was in the front seat already. But once I sat down, I didn't see him in the front seat. And so I hopped out and got in the front. And I hop out right here because my sister is saying, "Where's Solo?" So that's why I got out again.
Okay. And after you hear your sister saying, "Where's Solo?" What do you do?
I get out, I start saying, "Solo, where's Solo? Where's Solo?"
You're good. All right. So I want you to pay attention to the screen now. So when you get out of your sister's car, do you know if any of the people who had been shooting are still on scene?
I don't.
Okay. Let me move it up a little bit. This way. So you can see him and a little bit further. There you go. Now, did you see the additional shots in States Exhibit 133 that were just fired?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were those the final two shots that you referred to?
Yes, sir.
And did you know that they were being aimed towards your direction?
No, sir.
Did you, have you watched this video with me before? Have you and I watched the video together?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that when you were able to see that the person crouching behind the vehicle was firing in your direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what are you and your sister doing now?
Screaming Solo. We're looking for him.
Where is Solo?
We found him over in between a truck, beside a truck and a car.
Okay, let me put that back on. Can you point in the vicinity where you found Solo and mark it?
It's kind of over, like you can see the top of this car behind the truck. So it's not like this one, but it's like right in between there.
Okay, so if we're looking at the screen right now in States Exhibit 133, it's 2:17:40 a.m. for the record. You see the black truck that's in the middle of the States Exhibit 133? The white truck.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So you see the car next to it.
Yes, sir.
So is Solo in between those two cars, or is he in between that second car, or the car that's after the white truck?
The car that's after the white truck.
Okay, so he's sandwiched or laying in between the car that's next to the white truck and the car that it's next to that.
Right.
Okay. So if we're looking at the video now, you find Solo 1, 2, 3 in between car 3 and car 4.
Right.
Okay. All right, you can clear and when you find Solo, what's his condition?
He's facing flat on his stomach. Half of his body is like under the car. So I had to like kind of pull him from under the car and flip him over.
Is he breathing?
No, sir.
Is he able to communicate with you at all?
No, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you find him, what do you do?
I went to Brunswick Job Corps and I was licensed to CNA, certified nursing assistant. So I do know how to give CPR. And I tried to give him CPR. I felt for his pulse on his arm and on his neck. I didn't feel anything. And so I tried to give him mouth to mouth and he wasn't responsive after that.
Okay. And do you call 911?
No, sir.
Why not?
Just panicking. We picked him up and put him in the back of the car to take him to the hospital.
Whose car?
Rhea Thompson's truck.
Okay, the black truck?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you this. What do you do with the gun?
I give it back to Helen, the person I received it from.
Okay, and when do you give it back to her?
I think when she comes back, I think they left in the heat of the moment, like after all the gun, while it was shooting and whatnot, and they came back. I gave it to her then.
Okay, so. So right after the shooting, are you saying that Helen and Ms. Thompson left?
Yes.
Okay, and then they come back?
Yes.
And how long or how much time passes between the time when the shooting happens and Helen leaves, or Helen and Rhea leave, and they return back?
It wasn't long. It was about 5 minutes. As soon as I started giving him CPR, their truck pulled up beside us.
Okay, and is Miss Kiera in the truck at this time, or does she get in later?
I can't recall. I don't remember where she was.
That's okay. And when she comes back, how does Solo get in the truck?
I lift him. My sister lifts him. Rhea helps lift him up, and we put him in the car.
Okay, is he saying anything at this point?
No, sir.
Have you been able to, you said you were doing CPR, were you able to get him to breathe again?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you get in that truck?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. You go where the truck went right after the shooting. So when we start the video, will you say stop when you see Ms. Reyes' truck leave?
Okay.
I guess that's the next one. While he's bringing that up, do you ride in the truck to the hospital?
No, I follow behind.
Okay, and who do you follow behind with?
It's me, my sister. I think Kiana Clark was in the car in the back seat.
And how do you get there?
I drive.
And what car do you drive?
My sister's Nissan.
Okay. And tell me about when you get to the hospital, what happens?
We get to the hospital, they come out and get Solo out of the car. They ask us what happened. We tell them. I stay outside. Before we went to the club, we were like pre-gaming, you know, at a friend's house. I had cups and like trash and stuff in my back seat. I kind of threw away all the cups and bottles and, you know, stuff like that they left inside my car. And then I went inside the hospital.
Did you know that at this point that Solo had been shot?
No, I didn't know until I walked inside of the hospital and Rhea told me that he had blood on her seat, on her back seat in the truck, but she didn't know where it was coming from.
So explain this to the jury. How did you not know? So you're doing CPR, right?
Right.
How do you not know he shot?
I didn't feel any blood. I didn't hear him breathe when I come up and I listen. I didn't feel any wind come from his nostrils or his mouth, and he still didn't have a pulse. So I didn't know he was shot. I didn't see any blood on his clothes. I didn't have any blood on my hands from giving him compression. I didn't see any blood.
So what do you think was wrong with him?
I know he had like asthma, and I thought that he just, from running around, I thought he passed out because I didn't see any wounds or nothing like that.
Okay. So while you're at the hospital, do you learn or find out that Solo dies?
Yes, sir.
And do you know about how long after you had gotten to the hospital that you found out that Solo was dead?
It was a minute. It was like 35 minutes. I know I was in and out of the hospital, you know, crying and whatnot, but in about 35 minutes, that's when they told us that he had passed away.
Okay. Well, tell these jurors what you're thinking, what you're feeling when you find out that Solo is dead.
I don't know, I felt bad. I didn't know what to think. Everything happened so fast that I didn't even know he was shot. Everything happened so fast that I didn't even know. I just didn't know. I didn't know what was going on. All I knew was he was a good guy. You know, I knew it was almost defused before it even got to that point. So I was trying to wrap my head around how did it turn into a shootout when it started over a girl getting hit. I just couldn't put two and two together.
Wow. And when you say shootout, what do you mean by that?
I mean, a shootout is basically when two people get into an argument and instead of talking it out, one person goes and get a gun and they just shoot it out.
And in this instance, when you say one person went and got a gun, is that the guy in the white shirt with the Nike check?
No, sir. I'm not going to say it was him specifically, just the words that were said before the shootout.
Tell me what words are those? What do you hear?
Go get the strap.
And who do you hear say, go get the strap?
The guy in the white Nike shirt.
The one who punched his girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's effect on listeners. It talks about what he did after.
Do we approach?
Pardon?
Do we approach?
We don't need to approach, I mean, I understand your objection, overruled.
You can keep answering the question, Judge, overruled it.
What was the question? I'm sorry. I don't want to say something wrong. What was the question again?
How did you know that the guy with the white shirt with the black Nike swoosh said, "Go get the strap"?
He was standing in front of us when he said it. I just didn't see what direction he pointed in when he actually said it. But yeah.
And about how long after he said, "Go get the strap," did shots ring out?
Like 2 minutes, 5 minutes tops. It was like, go get the scrap. Next thing you know, like, just came out of nowhere, really. I didn't think when he said go get the scrap that it was that close, honestly. I didn't think that it was gonna escalate into a shootout. I think he was just more so mad, like go get the scrap, thinking it would scare us to get in the car, but yeah, that's what happened.
So let me make sure I'm clear, and so everybody else is clear. So you hear "Go get the strap." That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And how much time? You said 2 to 5 minutes?
I'd say about 5 minutes, tops.
So when he says "Go get the strap," what's going on in front of you? Has the fight started, the physical altercation?
Yeah, the fight started. It's more so them pulling Solo off of him, separating them from the scuffle. He's like, go get the scrap. And
Okay, so you'd agree, you just watched this video, right?
yes, sir.
And you see Solo and the man with the white shirt and the Nike swoosh fighting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from watching this video, from when that begins and when the shooting happens,
Yeah.
how much time do you think passes? Was that 5 minutes? I'll ask a better question.
It probably was longer than 5 minutes. It probably felt like 5 minutes to me that day, but it was probably longer than 5 minutes on video.
Okay. Will you play the shooting for me? So from when the video started up until now, how much time do you think has passed right now? So from when we just started the video to where he's stopping, is that 5 minutes?
About 10 minutes.
Maybe it's been a long day, so let me make sure I'm asking my question clearly. So the video on the computer that's in front of you, we just started it. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And then we just stopped it. How much time passed from when we started the video right here and now to when it was just stopped?
About 2 minutes. In the courtroom right now, it's about 2 minutes.
Right now.
Yeah, it's about 2 minutes long.
Okay. Okay. So based on your experience, from when we started the video to now, that was 2 minutes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, at
Okay.
least 2 minutes, a minute. I mean, it's going quick. I can't really say.
What do you see on the screen where it says 26 seconds?
Oh, at the bottom, yes, sir.
Okay. So do you know what the 26 seconds means?
Yeah, that's from the time you started it till you just stopped it. So yeah, 26 seconds.
Okay. So 26 seconds isn't 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Yeah.
No, yes or no, is 26 seconds the same thing as 5
No,
minutes?
no, sir. I'm sorry. No, sir.
Okay, so when you say it happened quick, do you mean seconds, minutes, hours? Because now I'm confused.
I mean to say it happened quick seconds.
Okay.
Seeing it now, it probably felt like minutes then when I was there in the time, but right now I see it seconds. It happened in seconds.
Okay. Now, did the police show up to Piedmont Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And do you stick around? Are you around when they show up?
Yes, sir.
And do you talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Do you tell them the truth?
No, sir.
Tell the jurors what you lie about.
I lied about shooting a gun in the air.
And tell the jurors, why did you lie about shooting a gun in the air?
I lied because I was scared. I didn't know if they were going to arrest me right then. I didn't know if I was going to be able to make it to my brother's funeral. So that's one of the main reasons why I lied. I didn't know if I was going to be able to make it to his funeral.
You're talking about Solo.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about Solomon.
Did you think you'd get in trouble if you told the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after you leave the hospital, tell the jurors what happens in the days following Solomon's death.
We try to get in touch with his family and, give them our apologies and see how they're doing. That didn't work. The detectives came to see me at my house. They told me that they seen.
Stop.
I'll ask a more specific question.
Okay.
So you said the detectives came to your house again
Yes, sir.
from after the hospital.
Yes, sir.
And was it pretty close in time to Solomon's death?
Yes, sir.
And do you lie again about the gun?
Yes, sir. When they came to my house and they asked what happened, I didn't tell them that I shot a gun that time either.
Okay. Did you know at the time that you lied to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
And was a detective a male or a female?
It was both. It was female detective Barry and another male officer. I didn't get his name though.
Okay. And did you know at the time that you were lying about what happened, about you possessing a gun?
Yes, sir.
That the whole incident was caught on video?
Yes, sir.
You did know that?
No, I didn't know it was all caught on video. I knew I was telling him a lie. Yes.
Okay. So do me a favor, take a deep breath, because I know this is nerve wracking. So we can move quicker if we both listen to each other, and I'm guilty of it too. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So do you talk to the detectives again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you tell the truth then?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Can't sleep. Mind eating me up. His parents wouldn't talk to me. I felt bad. At that point in time, I kind of knew, like I felt it in my heart. I didn't do anything to him or to hurt him. So I went ahead and told him the truth, hopefully to get to this point right here so we can figure out what really happened to him.
And when you say you knew in your heart that you didn't hurt him.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors why you knew that.
Because I did not point the gun in the direction of any human being whatsoever. Before I discharged that firearm, I made sure that it was pointed in the air. I did not point it at a single soul. That's how I knew that I didn't do anything to him.
And after you discharged your firearm, how many shots would you say had been fired before that?
Say about 6.
Okay. Now, when the detectives came and talked to you a third time and you told the truth, did they tell you they seen the video?
At the end, after I told them the truth, then they told me that they had went and watched the video and that was the reason they were back at my house, because they wanted to see if I was going to tell them the truth.
Do you remember getting pretty emotional when you were telling the detectives the truth?
Yes, sir.
Why were you getting emotional?
Scared, just scared. I didn't know if I was going to go to jail. I didn't know if I was going to get to make it to his funeral. I was just scared.
And in the time from when you spoke to the detectives the first time at the hospital to speaking with the detectives this third time, Had you and your sister had any conversation about what happened that night?
Yeah and no. She was more tore up about it than I was.
Okay.
So she wasn't really talking, coming out of her room or nothing like that.
And were Solomon and your sister, were they together?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And did you ever tell your sister prior to talking to the detectives this third time and telling the truth that you had fired a gun?
Yes.
Okay.
I did tell my sister.
And do you remember when?
The first time that they came to my house and I lied about it, I told my parents and my sister.
Was this the second time you had spoken to the detectives?
Yes, sir. The first time was the hospital, second time was my house.
Did you tell your sister to lie for you?
No, sir. No, sir.
Did you lie to the police about having a firearm and shooting it that night because you shot Solomon?
No, sir.
Okay. To this day, do you know what happened to that gun?
No, sir, I don't.
Tell them, don't tell me.
No, I do not know. It wasn't mine. I gave it back to the person who handed it to me.
And did you ever talk to Ray Thompson or Helen Abraham about what happened to that gun?
No, sir.
Why not?
I couldn't talk to anyone because I had gotten locked up.
Okay, prior to that.
I ain't talked to anyone. I didn't know anyone. That was my first time meeting them.
Did you have their phone numbers?
No, sir.
Did you communicate through, what is it, Instagram, DMing?
Yeah, it was more so of like, when are we having a candlelight? Where are we going to have it at? Who's all coming? Who's bringing what? That type of thing.
But you didn't ask them anything about what happened that night?
No, sir.
You didn't ask them what happened to the gun?
No, sir.
Did you tell them to hide the gun?
No, sir.
Did you tell them to lie to the police for you
No, sir.
about you shooting the gun?
No, sir.
Now, you said you were locked up. Tell the jurors about that.
Well, they basically told me that nothing was going to happen to me if I told them. The detective Barry and the other detective, I said nothing is going to happen to you. That's your friend. You're the victim. I told them the truth. Like 2-3 days, probably a week later, I'm pulling out of my yard. Whole SWAT team. They just arrested me. Said I was charged with murder.
Okay. And where did they take you?
First, they took me to the Walton County Jail, and then they transferred me to the Fulton County. I want to say it's the precinct where I was investigated or interrogated.
Okay. And was it Detective Barry who speaks to you this additional time?
No, sir.
Who was it? Remember?
He didn't give me a name. I don't remember.
Can you describe to the jurors? Was he a black male, white male, white female, black?
He was a
female?
white male.
Okay. And what do you tell him?
He asks me, well, he says he's going to ask me one time what happened, and I tell him everything that happened from beginning to the end.
And when you tell them everything that happened, are you telling them what you told the detectives the first time, or when you told the truth the third time?
I'm telling them everything I told him the third time.
Now, tell the jurors, why did it take 3 opportunities with Detective Barry for you to come out with the truth?
Scared. That's the only thing I can say. Scared. I've never been in any type of trouble like that. So I didn't even know how it was going to go.
Okay. And did you get out of custody?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you in jail?
Say about 2 months and a week.
Okay. And when you get out, do you hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir. I hired a lawyer while I was incarcerated.
Okay. And who did you hire?
Mr. Lewis Brown, Joe Brown.
Okay. And is he in the room today?
Yes, sir.
Will you point him out for the record?
He's in the back in the gray suit.
Okay. He's in the very, very last row?
In the last row in the gray suit.
Okay. And after you get out of custody, are you indicted for false statements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before that time, had you and I ever had a conversation?
No, sir.
Had you ever had a conversation with anyone or any member of the district attorney's office prior to you being formally charged?
No, sir.
Before Friday of last week, had you and I ever spoken?
No, sir.
And had you ever spoken to any member or representative of the DA's office before last Friday?
No, sir.
What happened to your false statement charge?
It got dismissed.
Who dismissed it?
I don't want to say his name wrong. Judge. Judge McBurney.
Okay. Was that this past Monday?
Yes, sir.
And did you and I have any conversations about what you were charged with?
Yes, sir. You told me what my last two charges were, and that was about it.
Was the second charge a reckless conduct charge?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And what happened to that charge?
Judge McBurney dismissed it Monday.
Okay. And were you in the courtroom when he dismissed it?
Yes, sir.
And did he do that at the request of me, the state?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you testifying here today because I did that?
No, sir.
What? Tell the jurors why you're testifying.
I'm testifying because I want to see justice for Solo, and hopefully when this is all done, his mother will talk to me and I could tell her I'm sorry
What are you sorry about?
that her son got killed, and I lied about it at first. I should have just told her, I should have just told her.
Did you lie because you felt responsible for his death?
I don't want to say responsible, but I feel like it could have went different. I feel like it could have went way different if I was more focused on him and how he was reacting to the situation. Yeah.
I don't have any further questions at this time. Ms. Fagan?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, thank you. All right, Mr. Rivers. Now, I first want to talk real quick about the incident. You would agree with me from the time that Helen had her firearm, when she retrieved her firearm and had it pointed at Will Lewis, from the time of the last shot was 1 minute and 6 seconds. Would you agree?
No,
Okay, so you say it's longer or shorter?
no, I'm saying the first part was kind of wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I don't recall pointing a gun at anybody.
I said Helen.
Start over again.
Okay, so Helen got the gun first, correct?
Correct.
Out of everyone that we've spoke about so far, Helen is on that video with her gun first, right?
Right.
And when she gets that gun, first she's just holding it, right?
Right.
And then she points it in the back of Will Lewis, the swoosh, okay? She points it in the back of his head, right?
I didn't see that.
Okay, let's now. Okay, so now you recall this? this section of the video at 2:16:06? Yes or no, sir?
Oh, I can't recall unless you play it.
It's a screenshot, sir. So you don't recall this screenshot from the video that just played?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, if you look, you see where you see the two headlights facing the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you see above that, a arm extended?
Yes.
That's Helen, isn't it?
Can't tell. It's too far away.
Okay, what if I zoomed it in for you? Now do you recognize Helen?
No, Helen had on black. That looks like a white shirt.
Okay, let's keep going. Now, this is a night vision camera, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay, so do you recall Helen walking behind Will Lewis?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall Helen pointing her firearm behind Will Lewis's head?
No, I don't recall seeing it. No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's play the video again. So if you take note, okay, the screenshots I'm showing you are at 2:16:08 and 2:16:06. So these are 2 seconds where I've shown you Helen with her arm extended and Helen with her gun behind William Lewis's head, okay?
Okay.
2:16:06. Okay. Now, I want you to focus in the corner, because now that I can't screenshot it, you see Helen punching the door right now, right? The window?
Yes.
Now, you see Helen get pushed back, right? She goes and gets her gun, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And now she's running behind that car, right?
Right.
And now she's about to have her gun extended behind William Lewis's head, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now you agree with me in these screenshots that I just showed you that 1, Helen got a gun first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
2, Helen then holds that gun in the air, correct?
Yes.
Then you see Helen hold that gun behind the kid with the swoosh
Yeah.
to his head, right?
I don't know how to answer that because
Yes
I
or
don't.
no question,
I don't know
sir?
if
He can
she,
answer it however he wants to answer it.
I don't know if she went and got her gun first. I didn't see who had a gun first. I just know she had a gun.
Okay, because that's the person you got the gun from.
Yes.
Okay, so now you dispute with me from this time that, now, is this the first gun you saw? Is this
Yes.
the first time on, okay.
Yes.
So it's I said 2:16:06, correct? Do you recall my question?
Yes, yes.
2:16:06?
Yes.
And you know that the entirety of these videos are less than 2 minutes,
Right.
correct?
Right.
Because in the last 2 years, you've had this same discovery, right?
No, ma'am.
So you haven't had discovery in this case?
No, ma'am.
So your attorney has never served you a copy of your video?
I don't even think he has a copy of the video. The disc would not work.
So the evidence that the state provided, your attorney never worked and you were never able to view your own evidence?
No.
Okay, because you were a co-defendant on this case until yesterday, right?
Right.
And yesterday was the day that the state decided they dismissed your case, right?
Right.
Right. So let's get back to the video. On this video, so when was the first time you've seen the video?
When I was released on my PC hearing.
Okay, so you saw the video 2 years ago.
Yes, I didn't see the whole video. No, they only played snippets to see if they had probable cause to arrest me.
Have you seen, but since then you haven't seen it?
No.
Okay, so you just testified you saw it with the state when?
Monday, he showed me
Okay.
the guy trying to kill me.
So yesterday you saw it.
Sunday, I got my charges dropped Monday. I seen the video Sunday, and all he showed me was The guy arched behind the car trying to shoot me. He asked me, did I know that I was about to be shot? I said, no.
Okay. My question was, the last time you watched this video on Sunday? That's my question.
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on. So you say this video is longer than 1:06 or shorter?
I wouldn't know. I just seen what I see today and what he showed me Sunday.
Okay. So you just saw Helen, correct?
Correct.
And you see Helen, you don't see her grab her gun, but you see her with her gun, right?
Correct.
Now, you also said that you asked her whether or not it was her gun, right?
Right.
You asked her whether or not it was registered, right?
Right.
And you did all of that in less than 3 seconds?
Yep.
Okay. Tell me how it went.
Is this your gun? Is your name?
Okay, and she responds?
Yeah.
Show me where she responds, sir. Now, she has, real quick, she has the gun at 2:16:06, correct?
Correct.
She had the gun at 2:16:08, correct?
I guess correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I just showed you. 2:16:08 is when she just has the gun, right?
Right.
2:16:06 is when she just has the gun, right?
Right.
2:16:08, now it's behind Will Lewis's head,
Okay.
right? Now, are you aware that you have that gun from the time it's in Will Lewis's head, okay? You see her then walk behind the car, right? And she meets, correct? You have to
Correct.
her. Then she meets Miss Thompson, right?
Right.
And that's where you met her to grab that gun.
Right.
Because she actually gave the gun to Miss Thompson, right?
I didn't see that.
Okay. Well, you grabbed the gun from Miss Thompson and not Helen,
Is that a question or a statement?
correct?
Did you get the gun from Miss
Helen
Thompson or the
or-
other person?
I believe I got the gun from Helen.
Okay. Let's refresh your recollection with the video.
Okay.
That's Helen punching the window, right?
Correct.
That's Helen walking into the mix, right?
Correct.
In her hand. Now the gun's behind Will Lewis's head, correct? Now you see her in the corner. She passes the gun now to Rhea Thompson, and that's when you grab the gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you never grabbed the gun from Helen, you grabbed it from Miss Thompson, right?
Apparently.
So what you just testified to this jury was not true, correct?
I guess so. My recollection was not correct.
Okay, but you just watched this video 2 days ago.
I did not watch all of this video 2 days ago. I
Okay,
watched
so
the
you didn't see
section.
the part where you,
Don't interrupt the witness. He had not finished what he was saying. You can finish.
I hadn't seen the entire video up until today. Only thing the DA showed me Sunday was a guy attempting to shoot me, and he asked me, did I know that that had occurred? And I told him no.
okay, so. At 2:16:19, that's when you're walking over to that gun, correct?
Correct.
Helen's passing the gun to Miss Thompson right there, correct?
Correct.
Now, by 2:16:20, you already have the gun now, right?
Right.
So in 1 second, you said, is this your gun? Is it registered?
And I'm gonna object when it's been asked and answered multiple times.
You have covered it.
For impeachment purposes, I'm asking the question because the testimony of the witness is not
Well, I don't want you to comment on the testimony. I'll let you ask it one more time, but we're circling through the same stuff. I appreciate your facility at bouncing between videos and stills. That's helpful. We'll move on after that question.
Your first shot was at 2:16:41, correct? You see the muzzle go off in this screenshot?
Correct.
So that's your first shot. Have you seen the diagram?
No,
Okay, so you haven't even seen the diagram that shows where the bullet casings are?
no,
Do you know what type of gun you had?
nope,
Okay, so you were shooting a gun, but you don't even know the type of gun you were shooting.
correct.
He just answered that question.
Are you aware from your location, looking at the diagram, that your bullets did not go in the air, but went straight?
I'm gonna object at this point to making conclusions that he would have no ability. He testified that he shot in the air. She's asking about a crime scene diagram that she hasn't even shown.
I think you need to connect a few more dots before you ask that question.
Your first shot's at 2:16:41, correct?
Correct.
Your second shot's at 2:16:42, correct?
Correct.
Your third shot's at 2:16:43, correct?
Correct.
And then at that point, you get in the car, right?
Right.
And when you got in the car, you first got in the back seat, right?
Right.
And your sister's in the back seat, right?
Kiana Clark is in the back seat.
Kiana Clark's in the back seat, your sister's in the front seat?
Right.
Okay, so, well, the fourth shot that comes out of the car comes from the front passenger seat. So now your testimony is that your sister's shooting from the front passenger seat at 2:17:06?
No, that's not my testimony.
Who is sitting in the front seat?
My sister.
Okay, you see that muzzle flash from 2:17:06?
I'm gonna
No.
object. She hasn't seen a muzzle flash.
That's fine.
But he can say, I don't see a muzzle flash. I mean, it's
I don't see a muzzle
fair
flash.
question.
So you didn't just see a muzzle flash come out of that passenger side door?
No, ma'am.
Do you see this light? Did you see that light?
Yes, I seen that flicker. Yeah.
Now, you have in total talked about this incident on you have talked about this incident 6 different times. You want me to walk through that with you?
Sure. Yes.
You talked to the police the night of the incident at Piedmont Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, when you talked to the police that night, you said you heard gunshots, you dropped to the ground, you didn't see anything, right?
Right.
Okay, that was not true.
Not true.
Okay, the second time was pretty quickly after the incident at your home, right?
Right.
And at that point, it was you and your sister and your family, correct?
Right.
And at that point, the police hadn't had the video yet, right?
Not of my knowledge.
Okay, so at that point, you still don't say that you know anything.
Correct.
The third time you talked to the police. Now, this time you said that you wanted to come clean, correct? That's
Correct.
what you just testified to?
Correct.
But you don't come clean until they confront you for lying, right?
Right.
And they confront you for lying because now they've seen the video.
Correct.
Now you're caught, right?
Right.
And this is when you start crying to the police, right?
No, I wasn't crying.
Okay, so do you recall when okay, you weren't crying?
No, I don't think I was.
Have you
in tears.
listened to your interview?
You gotta let him finish his answers before you yell your next
I
question.
don't recall me crying. I don't remember. It was 2 years ago. I don't remember me crying.
Okay. Will listening to your interview refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would. It should.
What's the audio situation? So I'm sharing screen, but I don't have audio on.
Right. Stop, we're gonna stop sharing for a second, okay?
Okay. Again.
And then share computer stop. And then share.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Yeah, you're. I learned it from Jeff.
To share computer, please install. Oh, I have to install. Okay, what about, let's stop sharing and just play from the speaker. Yeah, so I have to install. Okay.
It'll be an unhappy event if you try it that way. I don't know what you need to install, but
Well, actually, Your Honor, it's because my Zoom must have been on, it's on share. So stop share. Your Honor, my client, Mr. Rivers needs to listen to this interview.
okay.
Would you like me to play it to him alone?
However you want to work it. It's going to create some funny feedback is all I'm saying, because he's got a microphone
I
there.
can get off the Zoom.
Okay.
I'll get off the Zoom.
You wanna use my screen?
Do you have it pulled up? I can just get off the Zoom.
So it's going to be at a volume that he can hear it, but the jurors can't.
Well, Your Honor, I was gonna play it and now there's a microphone in front of him, so it can be heard.
Well, but the jurors shouldn't hear it
Okay.
because this is, you're refreshing his recollection now.
I can play it though for him.
Okay.
Can we turn this microphone?
Yeah, if you'll tap that off. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. If not, I'll ask you to pause for a second. We'll get you to.
Mr. Rivers,
Yes, I heard it.
now you remember you were crying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you weren't crying until you were confronted for lying, right? Correct?
I wouldn't say confronted for lying. I didn't start crying until he said, they killed your mans. That's your boy. I started crying.
But the topic of conversation was about you lying because now they saw the video, right?
That was the topic, but that's not what made me cry.
Okay, not what made you cry, got it. But that's when you start crying,
Right.
correct? Once you were confronted for lying,
Right.
right? Now, I'm still just going through the times you've talked about this case. The fourth time, you and your sister met with Detective Barry to unlock Solomon's phone, right?
I didn't go.
Okay, you didn't go to the fourth,
No, I
to that
didn't-
one?
I didn't go.
Okay, and then you spoke to the police again when you were arrested, right?
Right.
And then you are testifying today, correct? Now, I first want to go through, so we already discussed that you were lying as far as the Piedmont and the second interview, right?
Right,
And it's the third interview where you start telling your truth.
right.
Okay, let's talk about that third interview. Now, at that third interview, at that time, did you not know Helen's name?
No,
Okay, so that's why you call her the girl that froze?
yeah,
Okay, then you told detectives initially that you only shot one time, right?
right,
Within minutes, now you told detectives, I actually shot 2 times, right?
right,
But in the reality, you at least shot 3 times, right?
right.
So all of these were lies, correct?
And I wasn't sure how many times I shot,
Well, you stated something you weren't sure, correct?
right?
Which wasn't true, correct?
I wasn't sure. I wouldn't say it's not true. I really wasn't sure. So,
But looking back at it now, you know you were incorrect, right?
right, right.
Okay. Now, you also said that you knew that this gun was a stick because it kept shooting. You recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. What's a stick mean?
A stick is an assault rifle, a AK-47, anything bigger than a pistol.
Okay. Well, you just said that you were shooting an assault rifle.
No,
Your statement, do you recall this? She had it in her hand and handed it to me. That's how I knew it was a stick, because it kept shooting. Do you recall that?
when I said that, they were asking me, how did you know what they were shooting was a stick? They asked me, how did I know what they were shooting was a stick? And I said, I heard it shoot multiple times. That's
Okay.
how I know.
Now, when you heard the shooting, did you hear the shooting coming from deeper in the parking lot or behind you?
I don't know where I heard it come from. I didn't know.
You didn't know at that time.
No,
So
ma'am.
when you were shooting, you were just shooting in the direction that way.
I was shooting in the air.
You were shooting in the air. So, okay, let me give you a moment to look at what's been entered into evidence in this case.
Okay.
I'm giving you a diagram and a legend, okay?
Mhm.
You have to.
Yes.
Can you use the exhibit numbers so that the record's reflecting what you're sharing with them? And I think I'm happy to give it to you. I think you're referring to 132. These are all parts of 132, Detective
Yes, sir.
Bacon's handiwork. Okay. So we're talking about states 132.
Now, do you see where 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are located on that map?
Yes.
Okay, and on this map, did you see what does that say?
Exit.
Exit meaning going to Peachtree out here, right?
I guess I don't know Atlanta.
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Can you please tell me what those are?
Descriptions. I'm saying the descriptions, right? 380, a wallet, 380, 380, and 380, 380.
Then you see 8, 9, 10, and 11. Do you see them on there?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where your car was parked? Where Jaquela, where you guys were parked?
Not from this diagram, I don't.
Okay. You know from this diagram where you were parked?
Yes.
Okay. So can you point to the jury where you were parked? Okay. When you, now, can you look at that diagram and look at this diagram, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me which shell casings would have been your shell casings from that diagram?
No, I cannot.
So you're not, you see only 2 shell casings there, right?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I don't know what type of gun I shot, so I wouldn't know if it was a 38 or a 45.
What about your location? You see where the exit is?
Yes, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Is who?
That's where I'm standing.
So you're saying that you were shooting a 380?
The diagram is saying it.
It's not, that's mischaracterization of the testimony.
Right, it's not what he said.
I'll rephrase the question. Looking at the diagram, this diagram, where are you standing in that diagram?
Where my sister's car was parked.
And where would your sister's car be parked in that diagram?
So I'm sorry, are you able to show on what we're calling states 132? That's the diagram with numbers on it. Are you able to show, Mr. Rivers, where your sister's car was parked?
No.
Okay, so there's not a connection for this witness between the two exhibits.
Do you see more than two different types of shell casings?
Yes.
Can you please name the third one you see on that list?
The third one on the list is a 380 cal.
So my question was, do you see two different types of shell casings on that list?
Yes.
Two different types, correct?
Yes.
Not three, right?
Right.
Okay, so you've never seen this in your discovery either? You've never seen any in your discovery?
No. No, I'm sorry. No, I've only seen the video that he showed me when I went to his office, and I think that's it. Yes, that's it.
Okay, so do you recall telling detective that the only person that you saw shooting was a female?
No, I do not recall.
Will your interview refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I was just gonna say it, you know.
That, whatever you did before worked fine. If you can, that volume was all good.
As he was doing whatever.
I turn it down a little bit. How long is the excerpt he needs to listen to? 9 minutes right now?
Your Honor, I didn't expect that he hadn't listened to his interview, so I'm playing an area I expected to be.
All right, well, why don't we do this, since it's after 5, we'll stop for the day. For our jurors, you'll stay, he'll stay, and he can listen to some of this and other things you think he might need to listen to. Ladies and gentlemen, you've had a long day. I appreciate the time that you've put in. Tomorrow, you start at 1. So I need you here before 1. The shuttle may not run every 15 minutes in the middle of the day. It may be it's every half hour. So if you've been squeaking in, well, you've only come here once for this trial, but just know that if you get here at 12:40 to the red lot or the yellow lot, that shuttle will probably come at 1. So try to be down there by 12:30, if not earlier. I'm not sure where you all are supposed to report tomorrow. Let me find that out. Do you already know, Sarge? Okay, let's get that information. Ms. Nelson, if you're listening in, if you could send me a text about where the jurors are supposed to go tomorrow, or anyone else on the staff. But in the meantime, we're going to start at 1. Mr. Rivers will be back. He'll be on the stand. Ms. Fagan will be conducting her cross-examination, and we will press on. This will be your first night after you've heard some evidence in the case. It's important that you not do any outside research, that you not interact with folks, family members, friends, pets, plants about how today has gone, other than it was a long day and we'll be back at it tomorrow for the reasons I already described. Well-meaning people may give you thoughts or opinions that you ought not to receive yet because you haven't completed your service. We may try to go more like 5:30 tomorrow. If that works for you all, the commitment was always 9 to 5 and it's 1 to wherever we end tomorrow. So if you can build in some flexibility on the back end, that would be great. If you can't, let me know that in the morning. And we'll go from there. Any logistical questions? All right, I got to go find out where you're supposed to report tomorrow because I think 8H is taken. So hold on. I'll tell you what, come here. I don't know where it's going to be. It'll be in this building. Come to 8D. You know how to find 8D. You've been here all day. So when you show up, come here and there'll be deputies here because I'll be holding another court and they'll be able to tell you you're going to be in 8F or wherever it is we need to hold you until we start up the proceedings. Okay. So 8D by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much. You are free to go. You're welcome to leave your cushions there. You want to grab your little bag. Yeah, leave cushions, grab bag. So now's not the time to talk about that. You hold on, okay? We're still live. All right, you all can be seated. Mr. Abate, do you have anything we need to cover before we adjourn for the day?
No, Judge, I think we can do it tomorrow. We'll put on the record just what video we're using or what audio we're using to refresh Mr. Rivers' recollection. No, that's clear.
Well, I don't know that needs to be on the record. I mean, Ms. Fagan could refresh his recollection with anything as long as you know what it is. And if you want to get it on the record, that's fine. Anything else? Okay, Ms. Fagan, anything other than we'll talk in a minute about getting Mr. Rivers refreshed with what you were going to play that may be 9 minutes long.
It was an hour.
Okay.
So I did break it down as much as I.
No, I'm not faulting you for that. I'm not faulting you for anything. I just want to know if there's anything else you want to talk about other than we'll do that refreshing now rather than while the jurors are sitting here. Well, we'll work through that. Mr. King, anything else? No. All right. Then we'll be adjourned for the day. You'll need to be back here, Mr. Rivers, this courtroom, and I assume Mr. Lewis will be here as well, Mr. Brown, by 1 o'clock tomorrow. But before you go, I'd like you to finish listening to what Ms. Fagan was playing for you so that when she asks you tomorrow, assuming she's continuing those line of questions, did listening to whatever you were listening to refresh your recollection about X? You can say, yes, it did. And then she'll have more questions, or no, it didn't. then she'll need to ask different questions. Okay? All right, great. Thank you, everyone.